Quorum of members being present, I am calling this meeting to order at 12:38 p.m. This meeting is being recorded and will be placed online afterwards. We will start with the first item of business.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yep.
The chair of the board was not called in attendance. I'd like to confirm that Connor Plant is on the line.
Yes, he is.
Okay. If we start with the territorial acknowledgement, pursuant to Federation Policy 50, Indigenous Engagement and Inclusivity, the Federation of Students Council acknowledges the University of Waterloo is on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. The University of Waterloo is situated on the Haldimand Tract, land promised to the Six Nations, which includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. We move to item 1.3, ratification of society and pro tem designates. Pursuant to policy 55, be it resolved that council ratifies Stephanie Yemo as pro tem councillor for the environment constituency as selected by the Environment Student Society. Be it further resolved that council ratifies Catherine Dong as pro tem councillor for the mathematics constituency as selected by the Mathematics Society. Be it further resolved that council ratifies Mahida Ahmed as designate for the Global Business and Digital Arts Society. Can I get a mover?
Move.
Moved by Jason Small.
Second.
Seconded by John Hunt.
Correct.
Cool. Any discussion on this? Welcome, pro tem and society designates. We'll move to a vote. I'll take all those opposed. Any abstaining?
I'm abstaining.
Would you like it noted?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously.
I want to add something. Like, this is Mahida.
Yeah.
I'm actually the Stratford rep. I'm not the GBDA society rep.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can get that fixed.
Okay.
I move to amend.
Sure. John moves to amend, seconded by Jason.
Yeah, sure.
I'll take it as friendly. If anyone has any serious concerns, raise your voice now. Okay. Seeing none, it is amended as requested. We had 2 abstentions on this. Would anyone like their votes noted? Okay. We move on to item 1.4, approval of the agenda. Be it resolved that council approve the agenda as presented. I'm going to assume the motion unless anybody has any debate or motions they would like to make.
Michael, I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Seneca.
Just in terms of the consideration of the late items regarding procedure 2526, the orientation report, reserves and funds procedure, do you have any objection to those being raised as business arising under the reports of the Vice President Student Life and myself?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we will take the speaking list in order. Jason with a new point, John with a new point, and then Ellen with a new point. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I was just going to formally move what Amanda Seneca just said, and as you can see on the screen, to add these items to the assorted reports.
You want to move it? Okay. Can I get a seconder?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Jason, seconded by Seneca. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Is there anybody who's opposed to amending the agenda as specified? Any abstaining? Okay. Then that's adopted. We move next to John in the speaking order.
Thank you. Were items 4.8, 4.9, 4.11, and 4.12 indeed referred to council, or were these dispensed with at the general meeting?
4.8, 4.9 were referred to council. 4.10 and 4.11 were dispensed with at the general meeting, to my understanding.
And 4.12?
4.12 is a new topic that came up after the general meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I thought it was only the campus pizza one that got dispensed with. I thought the other ones we all said we're going to talk about.
Caroline had something on the council agenda anyways for this, and she was okay with it being pulled off of the GM agenda on the floor. We can still keep it as a placeholder because Caroline wanted to talk about it at council. John, does that adequately answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next we have Ellen.
Yeah, I guess I was just had a question about, I guess, all the items on the agenda. I guess I was just a little shocked that this meeting was scheduled to go to midnight in the middle of exams, and why some items that aren't relevant to April weren't pushed to the May meeting.
Jason, do you want to speak to this?
I think it's a general, I think because this is our last meeting, I don't think it's appropriate to like force stuff into the next governing year when a lot of people aren't going to be there. And like because of how long it is, because of the idea that we should get all the business done, I chose not to put a specific end time. So 11:59 p.m. is just a placeholder. I think you'll find if we actually go that late that people will choose to move to end the meeting, which they can.
Yeah, I don't anticipate this meeting going to midnight. And my hope is that if we don't get to things in a timely fashion, that they will be brought up in the for the May meeting next year, next governing year.
Thank you.
Having exhausted the speakers list and seeing no further points, I am going to assume the agenda and move on to item 2, approval of the minutes. Be it resolved that the council approves the minutes as presented of the following meetings. Jason, how many of these do we actually have minutes for?
So the only ones that we have minutes for are entries 1 and 2. So I'm actually, just let me scroll down here. Oh yeah, all right. I also want to first of all note that some minor amendments have been made to the June minutes since it was sent out, just some errors that have been raised. And then, yeah, I'm going to move an amendment to strike items 3 to 10 of this motion since they are not ready.
Yay. Can I get a seconder for that?
Second.
Sorry, can you say your name when you second?
Stephanie Emo, second.
Okay, thank you. Jason, do you want to talk about this or allow for general discussion?
The one thing I will just say, just as a note below this motion says, any remaining minutes, as in all other 8 of these items, plus the minutes for this meeting right now, will be up for approval by joint decision of President, Deputy Speaker, and Secretary. But we'll make sure to give a few days for councillors to look at them before that approval happens.
Yep. Stephanie?
I don't have anything to say on this.
Okay. We have a direct response for Jason.
Yeah, this is case in point why we need a corporate secretary.
Okay. I will say that I reached out to the recording secretary that we had been using, and I haven't gotten a response in some time. So I'm at the very least just trying to get the rough notes that they took during the meeting. Failing that, I will be sitting down with Edward next weekend and beyond, and going through the live streams and recording the minutes into something that we can approve. Okay. Seeing no further speaking turns, I will move to a vote on the amendment to strike items 3 to 10. Is there any opposition? Any abstention? Okay, the amendment to the motion carries. We're back onto the motion. Don't think I got a mover and a seconder, did I?
I'll move.
I'll take Jason as the mover. Who wants to second? Seneca. Okay. So is there any discussion on the minutes that are available, items 1 and 2 on that list? Seneca has a new point.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to Jason. I took the minutes from the January 13th meeting way back when and did some editing over the December break to get them in a readable format. And in terms of like the hardest part of the minutes process is the formatting and putting it together in LaTeX. And I'm glad that Jason was able to do that for me because I just did not have the bandwidth to do that. So thanks, Jason.
Okay. Anyone else for speaking? Seeing none, we will move to a vote on the item. Can I get all those against? Any abstentions?
Me.
Would anyone like their vote noted? Okay. Stephanie Yumo noted an abstention. Otherwise, the motion carries, looks like unanimously. Nope.
There is one vote against.
One against. Okay. Awesome. And we move on to item 3, reports. 3.1, executive reports. We start with the report of the president. And I have nothing additional to update from my written report. Are there any questions? Okay, we have speaking list, Kenan Newpoint, then Ina Newpoint. Go ahead, Kenan.
So in your report, you said that WUSA will decide about orientation by April 24th. When you say decide, do you mean that will they decide that orientation is going to happen, or will they decide it's going to moving to online, or like what will that decision be?
I will provide some clarification. I hadn't read the email super carefully, so what I said, when I said we'll have to make a decision about it, let me just. The Orientation Steering Committee requested that SSO and WUSA and GSA work together to define what possible alternative options are to our traditional programming, as well as to consider the timelines of various planning components that typically are done between now and September. So it wasn't a decision to move online or whatever. It was needed to provide some details on what alternatives could look like if we needed to go in that direction. Amanda, would you like to clarify further? Cool. Next in the speaking list, we have Ina and then Megan. Go ahead, Ina.
So I was just wondering, is there any update on the WUSA student survey for COVID-19?
Not quite yet. We were doing a final push over the weekend and into the beginning of this coming week. And after that point, once we have the final results, we'll be reaching out to stakeholders like societies and our partners in the survey, Athletics and Rec and SSO, to share the results.
Jason, can I have a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
So once it's done, how will it be sent out, distributed to the societies? Will it be through council meeting or through an email?
It'll probably be through an email, just because there are no further council meetings this term.
Yeah.
No planned ones, at least. We will be sharing probably preliminary results with you folks that are relevant or from your areas, and then we'll follow with some of our deep dive analysis when we have that available.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Megan, new point.
Yeah, can you expand on your written report with respect to the Honorary Lifetime Membership Committee?
No.
This is acceptable.
Thank you. New point, Cannon.
Not exactly a new point, but like kind of a follow-up from Ina. Will you be able to share the raw data with us from the survey?
Raw data, probably, but I'll have to get back to you on that. That's going to be Amanda's decision probably, because it'll be in the new year.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the report of the Vice President, Operations and Finance. Seneca Velling, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Not much to add in addition to my written report. I guess a couple highlights. The fees review was suspended or postponed until spring of 2020, unless I can find some time this week to at least start the consultation send out. The SLC tenant rent has been waived and the SLC has been partially closed with stricter hours. Now the only way in is through the front door. All the other doors are exit only, with the exception of the doors by the side entrance near the old bomber area, which have been chained up. In terms of other items, I'm happy to report that the UPass negotiations have finished, and we're moving on to acceptance of the report. That it's going through committee at the Planning and Works Committee of the of the region's council, and then to the regional council for the regional solicitor to approve and sign off on. We are approving it at our board of directors at our next meeting, or likely will. I can't speak for the board of directors in that regard, but I think we've negotiated a good contract. And in terms of other updates from that, I wanted to let council know that there were some minor edits to my report from the version that went out, but we are now at a point where every single year in comparison to what other schools will be paying, the UW students will see a benefit. So UW students will have a lower rate than every other student every single year except this coming fall. And over the lifetime of any student starting, if a student started this year or any subsequent year, there will be net savings to them relative to what I presented last time. So this fall will be $105.50 in terms of a fee if the agreement gets accepted, and then instead of the 110 I originally informed the board about, or informed the council about rather, and so there will be a net savings for people. I'm pleased to report that the Society's fluctuation reserve was adopted with one society in opposition and all the others in favor. And other than that, I have no other comments to supplement my written report, but I do have a presentation for the council. So I guess if it's permissible with you, Michael, I'll take questions on my general report now, and then I'll take questions on finances, operations, and programming specific items for what spring 2020 looks like in my financial overview of FY 2021, which will be presented shortly. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Jason, is that a new point for Seneca in question to his report?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Jason, and then Cannon.
So with regard to the waiving of rents, does that include for CIBC?
All tenants in the SLC had their rent waived, yes. All non-UW tenants.
Is that like really reasonable to include them when they're like a giant bank who's like still actually operating?
They're also an anchor tenant who pays the most rent in the building and provides services to a physical bank location on campus to students. It's very difficult for me to make a decision to suspend one party's rent in the building for, say, a small business that we have in the building and not for other tenants. That sort of stuff doesn't stay confidential for long. It can breed animosity. So I think we made the right decision by suspending rent, and it's something that I was really pleased to do. And I understand that there may be, ethical objections to suspending rent for a bank. But I will note that, we're partners with CIBC and providing a lot of, we work with CIBC closely to provide a lot of, special benefit programs to Waterloo students. And we're going to continue to do that and kind of ramp that up as we move into a more student benefit driven direction, right? Like we're looking for how do we make better student deal programs and student member loyalty programs and things like that, especially tied to payment of opt-out fees. And one of the things we're looking at is can we get improved benefits for Waterloo students who bank with CIBC because we provide them space on campus and provide them access to the ATMs on campus as well. So I just generally, it's kind of had to be a one-size-fits-all solution, but for most of our tenants are small businesses, right? So for them, it makes a significant difference. I understand where you're coming from with this, but that's the most I can say on it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Kenny.
So in your report, you said that WUSA is currently evaluating if we qualify for the 75% wage subsidy program from the federal government. Have we had an update about if we actually qualify on that or not yet?
No, we don't have an update if we qualify on that yet. We believe we will qualify. I think there's not a perfect yes for it right now. And that's something we are exploring, but that's something we're going to do under the advisement of the university's HR department, under our auditor's advisement and our lawyer's advisement. And ultimately it's the CRA who makes the call, right? Or Services Canada. Well, no, I actually think that's entirely administered through the CRA. So, yeah, at any rate.
Okay, we have a direct response to Jason. I can answer this one. Ina, the CIBC branch is not open. They are closed, but they still have some people coming in and doing business, to my understanding. Direct response to Seneca. Go ahead, John.
Seneca, I was just asking who approved the rent suspension.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Who approved the rent suspension?
I didn't hear any of that. I don't know if it's my connection or not.
Read it in the chat.
I see. Thanks. I did in consultation with management, and the decisions jointly made with the university's contract and procurement services.
Would you be willing to bring this to board for ratification under your report on Wednesday?
No, I have no intention of doing that. I'm not with that. This is strictly a management decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I set the rental rates. The contract agreements go to the board for those items, but there's a need for this to be a ratified decision. I'm happy if the board wants to, but ultimately, like the rent suspension was an internal management decision and is an internal management decision.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Seneca on his report? Seeing none. Seneca, if you want to go ahead with your presentation.
Sure. I guess your screen recording, so it makes the most sense. So I'm going to quickly go over the finances, programming, and operations for spring 2020 based on adapting to COVID. If you could go to the next slide, please, Michael. So we're going to start with a quick overview of our fees and what fees are being assessed. Next slide, please. So, and a quick overview of some of the principles we use to determine whether fees would be assessed or not. Comparable levels of service and accessibility to services were explored. So does a student have access to the service, and then do they have access to it at a comparable level, or is it just at a significantly reduced level of service? The organization also has an obligation to meet certain minimum legal and contractual obligations, and so we have to keep certain fees to accommodate that. In terms of supporting our advocacy efforts, we wanted to make sure we were well positioned to support our current advocacy efforts, especially as they've ramped up in recent weeks. Funding of governance operations is something that we have had to make the choice in operating, because we have legal requirements to hold members meetings, to hold boards of directors meetings, to hold council meetings. In terms of group benefits programs, a lot of our group benefits programs are annualized, so you pay a premium for once a term for an annual program, and so that's included in here. Our administered programs that provide essential goods and services were charged, and those are things like the student refugee program. Key services and programming that are reasonably expected to see an increase or already have seen an increase in demand are remaining on the fee statement. So things like Student Food Bank, MATES, Center for Academic Policy Support, turnkey operations, stuff of that nature. Any programming services or offerings that can be put online, we tried to put online, and we tried to make sure that they were charged at a rate proportional to their effective service level, which we'll touch on a little bit later when we talk about where the community building services fee is going. Otherwise, they wouldn't be charged. The status of fees wasn't going to change, and all fees were to be treated equally under the application of these rules. Next slide, please. In terms of spring 20, reduced fees on the fee bill in terms of those principles, and WUSA and UW jointly agreed to all the undergraduate fee adjustments for the student services, for ourselves, for the societies and the endowments, the whole 9 yards. Every undergraduate fee on the fee statement that is not academic tuition related. The board is ratifying that decision at its next meeting on Wednesday, and one of the motions on this agenda is for council to endorse the decision, given the unusual circumstances required to make it, and to comply with a soon-to-be adopted, potentially, policy. WUSA fees are not being assessed. The following WUSA fees aren't being assessed for spring 2020, and you probably saw these on many of your fee statements: the events fee, the club's funding fee, the societies and college fees, the GRT UPass fee, and the EOI endowment fund fee. So this is cumulatively over $125 in savings per student, and the same in loss to WUSA. The orientation fee is contingent on direction for fall 2020. I've already spoken of it, so I'm going to move past that one. Next slide, please. The following UW fees aren't being assessed. Those for athletics and recreation, safety and transportation shuttles, as well as the voluntary student endowment contributions. Most of them, anyway. There's one exception, I believe, which is the foundation, and that was just so that we could best comply with its terms of reference and its intended aims. And I believe that's the Sanford Fleming Foundation, but all of the other ones are being charged. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly, that gives an overview of our fees position. So I'm now going to go through our revenues and expenses and what did we look like for FY 2021. So first off, in terms of opt-outs and enrollments, we expect opt-outs to go up to be probably on the order of, I said 30 to 50. I think probably 50% is more accurate for those optional fees that are still in the statement. And we have a bunch of students who will probably be taking fewer classes so they'll count as part-time students and won't be assessed the fees at the same levels. With overall fewer fees on the statement, we may see a decline in people paying it, but realistically, I think some of these fees are expected to see 50% plus opt-out rates based on the kind of responses we've seen so far, and in terms of students being tight on cash, and because tuition's being charged at a full rate while students are without jobs or co-ops. In terms of enrollment levels, we're expecting a planned enrollment reduction of 30% for the spring term. For the fall term, it's a bit more complicated. If classes are going to be on campus, we anticipate probably a 20% reduction relative to fall last year. Otherwise, we're expecting 30%, and we're planning around 30%. By winter, we'd expect it to be somewhere in the range of 15 to 20% reduction relative to winter 2020. All of these, just as a general note, all of these to current fiscal year. So this is a significant drop in the number of February fee. Next slide, please. So as a quick overview for our other revenues, traditionally our ancillary operations, so our business operations, they net about 180,000 over the spring term to cover off their salary and wages, any fixed costs they have, and other overheads. And now that's going to be an expense that has to be recovered from the general fund in some way. The SLC still is operational, but it's seen and will continue to see massive declines in sales. And with the SLC facilities fee coming in and some cost recovery from the student services fees, we expect there will be, the SLC will be in an okay position. But again, that's not an immediate guarantee. Tenant rent, which is traditionally netted against the space cost for the SLC, has been waived. We're not sure if that means space costs will be charged. We're going to have to figure that out. My hunch is UW will not charge us space costs. Other core operations like revenue generation, so like the bike center and the student handbook, are being operated on break-even models or are just going to become liabilities. Business sponsorship is expected to go down, and endowment funding will likely need to be employed more significantly. But the endowment fund boards, in my estimation, will probably be more conservative with the granting of funds because their fees are not being assessed. Although I would argue that's probably the opposite of what they should be doing, because they're long-term funds and they should be supporting students now more than they did when funding was a guarantee. Next slide, please. So in terms of just our fees income, nothing else. After all the fee increases here, after every single one, we expect to pull in $3.66 million compared to FY 2020, current fiscal year. We pulled in $3.78 million. So that's a reduction compared to the current year's budget of 3.2%. And we expect to pull in $600,000 in capital funds relative to this year's zero in capital funds. If COVID-19 had not happened, we would have pulled in $4.91 million, and we would have pulled in $909,000 in capital funding. So that means we've effectively we've foregone about $1.3 million in revenue relative to what we expected. We expected 4.9, and we're now anticipating pulling in 3.66. So about a little under 1.3 million in loss there. Relative to expectation, and about 360,000 in loss relative to on the capital budget. So that's had COVID-19 not happened, we would have been about 26% up from where we anticipate being now. Had we not done any of the fee increases we did this year, we would be 26% below our previous year's budget, which would have been terrible. So the only reason we're like somewhat okay right now is because of the fee increases we did this year. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows, because a lot of those fee increases were done for mandatory spending that we had to adjust for, which means we're still going to be in a very tight position. Some other items here that the board requires are about $115,000 we collect to go to the society's fluctuation reserve for 3 years, which means that this minus 3.2% we're seeing is probably going to be some more significant, because about 115 grand is going to be pulled off the top of this to go to the SFR, and then about 2.5% on the operating fees income being set aside for deferred maintenance. So we take 2.5% of all this money that comes in and we set it aside and put it to the capital fund as a deferred maintenance contribution, so that those departments don't necessarily need to plan everything from a capital maintenance perspective into their budget, they only have to plan assets that are being used from the capital budget in their operating budgets under a cost recovery model. Next slide, please. So a quick summary, our expenses are going up, or they were scheduled to go up. We had fee increases for dedicated projects, and some of those fee increases had a reliance on those projects actually happening. Staff and salary benefits are increasing due to the reorganization and the associated back pay from UW's regrading. That's something that's mandatory spending. We don't have a choice. May 1st, we had scheduled salary increases based on the UW performance compensation model. So policy 18 for UW and policy 5 salary administration. Those were also scheduled and they're mandatory spending, and we do not have a choice. Those are currently TBD by UW. We're not sure if and when, or when or even if those are coming. Other service level expansions, council and board plan for AVPs, more AVPs, and paying them at a $20 rate. That probably needs to be reviewed pretty significantly. Service coordinator compensation is another one that's going to have to be reviewed pretty significantly. Fixed and sunk costs that are being borne without any revenue generation. So things like the businesses, right? They were bringing in money to cover off their overheads, but now they're not, which means now they need to be supported by reserves or fees income, but they've never had to be supported by those areas historically, which means now that's a net new cost on the budget that didn't exist before. Cost recovery and support for societies. The societies fees aren't being charged. So depending on what the societies spend, and that's going to be a conversation that's ongoing, we could be looking at an additional $175,000 in liabilities from the societies. Okay, in terms of revenues going down, or that are anticipated to go down, fees income is likely to take a humongous hit as UW expects to fall significantly short of their business targets for enrollment, which we just discussed a couple slides back. Other sources of income are being challenged, like our business income and SLC rent that nets against space costs is limited, but UW is likely to support us in this regard. Businesses are shuttered, so there's no revenue being produced there. And drawing on the society's fluctuation reserve for financial support of central costs of the societies may have to occur depending on which liabilities we take on and to what extent. The takeaway from all this is we have to reduce spending. We're going to have fewer part-time staff employed. We're going to have a reliance on reserves going up. We have to look at things like layoffs, and finance is important, but serving our students is more important than ever. If we lose sight of that, then we lose sight of our mission. And so that's going to be important in the coming days. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of our budget year to date for the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. By period 10, so period 11 estimates should be out by Monday or Tuesday of this week, but by period 10, below our estimates, we estimated a surplus from, these are actually our reconciled numbers. But so by period 10, mid-February, we had a surplus on the income statement of about $162,000 net of everything, including businesses, fees, income, SLC income, the whole 9 yards. Our businesses netted roughly a $200,000 surplus. The SLC ran approximately $112,000 deficit, and other overheads ran at about $100,000. So overall, the organization was sitting in a surplus position of about $162,000, which is about to be erased by COVID-19. Well, it probably already has been erased by COVID-19, but I digress. Next slide, please. So what do operations and programming look like in the spring term? Next slide, please. Thank you. So for Campus Life, the club's fee isn't being assessed, but we are permitting the Campus Life department to dip into the club's surplus account up to a limit to fund operations and support clubs during the spring. The budget and appropriations clubs to automatically get their $75 termly allotment for the spring term, but they can still apply for funding from the Internal Funding Committee's Special Projects Fund, the EOI Endowment Fund, or other funding opportunities. Many expenses are reduced in the spring term because, we have reduced operational levels. So we're not paying for barbecues, for instance, for the club's barbecue. Services, it gets a little more tricky. While some services are not operating or operating at a very reduced level in the spring term, there are exceptions. MATES, for instance, has been authorized up to an additional $10,000 in funding. And the Student Food Bank has been authorized an additional $8,000 in funding, as well as ongoing support as needed, because we just for instance, we're going through about 4 to 7 hampers of food a day from our food hampers from the Student Food Bank, which is way more than we go through during your average week, even sometimes in the middle of a term. All services are sharing funding without fees being optional or not. So everyone is taking the hit here because this is an organization-wide, hit to have to take. Events and programming, those are being scaled back. We're going to be doing events and programming on a case-by-case online delivery model where it's possible and where it's affordable. While the events fee is not being assessed, we will be funding one-off events to support students and build community. And the community building services fee is not by default going to the community building services as is expected, but will be going to help fund events and programming that support and build student community generally. And that includes the services, but is not limited to the services. So that was an extraordinary decision that was made in order to help fund those operations. And next slide, please. In terms of ancillary operations, our businesses, while campus is closed, all business operations remain shuttered for WUSA and all our societies. The board is considering a suspension allowed under the commercial operations policy for businesses to be provided interest-free, again, which will be indexed for inflation for their incurred costs during this downtime and will be expected to pay it back pending board direction on the terms and conditions of those internal loans. For perspective, just the WUSA businesses will burn approximately $35,000 a month in bottom line impact with no revenues coming in. That doesn't include the societies, which also have expenses in that area. But we are actively minimizing those expenses. And I think we've worked pretty closely with NSOC and MathSoc to reduce those as much as possible. SLC and DC operations, including turnkey. So the SLC and turnkey operations continue despite campus closures. They're providing critical services, so they're now running the food bank. They're providing tickets for, interregional transit. But the SLC, because of net costs now and lower sales, is burning approximately $22,000 in a month. Societies operations, many budgets have been frozen and operations are massively reduced. The total financial impact in a worst case scenario, by worst case scenario, I mean every society spent as it normally would, but without any fees income, we'd be anticipating about $175,000 liability for spring. Obviously, that's not tolerable, so I think we're going to be having some tough conversations as well there in terms of budget approvals in the coming months. But I think every society plans to live within its means for the spring term, and they made those those decisions were known when the societies consulted on and decided not to have their fees charged. Fixed and sunk costs represent a significant expense in the spring term. So they're not in excess of 1.36 million, but there are costs there, like salaries, for instance, and benefits. And those will be funded out of fees or otherwise out of our reserves because those are mandatory spending. Next slide, please. So supporting students, staff, and our operations, we're going to continue to perform programming for students as much as possible within our means. Externally, WUSA is a joint partner with the UW Student Emergency Support Fund. We put up the initial $30,000 in capital. We convinced the provost to match that contribution, and we worked with UW Advancement to do a campaign appeal to external donors and alumni to raise over $400,000 so far. I believe it's actually higher than that now, but not when I put this together. Internal to WUSA, WUSA's Budget and Appropriations Committee has set aside $50,000 for internal support for highly engaged student volunteers, part-time and casual staff, and staff generally for emergency financial support or cash flow needs, knowing that the CRA's CERB program and EI benefits don't necessarily come in immediately. In some cases, much faster than others, but we also set aside this money before the government announced those programs. Additional funds, but 20,000, I believe. I think total BAC set aside was 70 grand. $20,000 in funds were set aside for cost recovery for emergency supplies, safety and health products, wastage recovery for the societies and businesses. So this is stuff like the plastic shields that, if you've been to the SLC since campus closure, that are now up at the turnkey desk, face masks for the turnkeys, hand sanitizers, wipes, spray bottles with Clorox bleach in them to clean down surfaces, to kill the virus, things like that. Critical safety supplies, as well as recovering costs. When the business is closed all at once, they had a bunch of waste that had to be thrown away and be processed. And so the feds took on all of that cost in terms of recovering the cost for the societies for any lost product, as well as processing those waste on everything that couldn't be donated to the regional or student food banks. Next slide, please. So finances and budgeting under COVID-19 are going to be challenging. Our number one objective right now is cash preservation. Effective the 27th of March and lasting until operations resume as normal, I instituted a new rule On controls, all expenditures in excess of $1,500 will be suspended and subject to review by a signing officer. That amount for review and signing is potentially going to be reduced to, as we move into the spring term, we're looking at potentially reducing it to 500 instead of 1,500, knowing that the cash position of the organization will get tighter. Any unnecessary spending is encouraged to be reduced as much as possible until we have clearer pictures on the duration of the closure of operations and the extent of the financial impact. Previously allocated budget increases that were guaranteed or thought to be guaranteed are now under review, and a few may still go forward for the spring term, but very few of them. Maybe more for the fall term and winter term, so there'll be a phased-in model for them. Fee increases that do not mean generally do not mean guarantees of funding, and we're in an expense reduction mode right now, so we need to plan according to our new reality. To spend money wastefully would be irresponsible at the moment. The approved spring term budgets and draft annual budgets will be circulated in approximately 1 to 2 weeks to management and the board for approval. And we're reviewing options for wage subsidy from the federal government's expanded wage subsidy program, among other options. We're currently not sure about our eligibility for the program, but those are being explored. Next slide, please. Midterm planning. The executives and our senior management are actively working for the spring term operations to determine what we're going to be doing. As well, we're looking at contingency plans if this extends into the fall. We're currently planning around a 6-month off-campus period, so into October. Review of staffing levels and determining what next steps we need to do with HR to minimize staffing impacts, but also ensuring that financial need is met without compromising continuity of essential operations. We're examining cash flow, our income and expense levels regularly, and we're working with accounting to have detailed projections for spring provided to the board so that we can make calls that balance ultimately the liability of our directors. WUSA intends to, in consultation with the societies, take over society payroll to ensure that the cash flow needs exist and to draw on the society's fluctuation reserve to meet payment obligations in the short term and pay back those obligations where permitted to do so. We're currently gathering student feedback via a survey to figure out how to best support students with online programming during campus closures. We've had, I think, over 1,500 people already fill that out. I think Michael spoke to that a little more in his report, so I'll leave that there. But if there's questions on that, that's a good area for Amanda or Michael to chime in if they've got anything. And regular information reporting is going to the board on basically a weekly basis, or has been since this started. And we'll be calling more special and emergency meetings, I am sure, as the term wraps up and into the next term. New slide, please. Next slide, please. Michael? Is there any more slides, or is this the end of it? Oh, that was the end of it. Okay, wonderful. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can hear anybody. Sorry to interrupt.
No one's speaking, I believe.
Okay, since Michael's not calling people, Megan, your question.
Yeah, my question was, what are the budget increases for MATES allocated to? I know like increasing budget for the food bank super duper makes sense, but MATES is mostly volunteer run and most of their budget falls into like, marketing and volunteer appreciation. So how is that being allocated?
Sorry, where the $10,000 to MATES was going, is that your question, Megan?
Yes.
Okay, so generally to take on more volunteers, we've started to see a capacity crunch, and to best support that, to facilitate online sessions and support where possible and resources in that regard. Ultimately, these are up to 10,000 and up to 8,000. They're reserve allowances. They are not guaranteed funding, so they can get up to those amounts. But if they don't need them, they don't need them. Food bank might actually get more than $8 grand, depending on where things land, because we're trying to figure out. We have students who are immunocompromised or who have pre-existing conditions and would like to access the food bank, but So for those students, we're trying to figure out, can we do a delivery service and drop food off through third-party vendors or ourselves at their doorsteps and have them pick it up that way or something like that. So we're looking at other options, but that's kind of where that money is going currently. And because we can't anticipate every expense, we want to make sources where they're needed.
Okay, next new point, Ina.
Yeah, so can you give us some, sorry, it's probably two questions. I apologize for that. First, can you give us a clarification on what you mean by budgets are frozen for society operations? Like, are we not allowed to submit any budget or withdraw any cash?
Sure, I can speak to that a little bit. So when I said budgets are frozen, most budgets are frozen. Like most societies have taken the initiative to freeze their expenditure, at least until there's a plan in place. Budget approvals for the spring term review and approval by the VPOF as normal is going to be contingent on what the actual bottom line total for all societies is. So budget approval will not happen one by one. It will happen in aggregate because we need to know what that outside liability is, right? But I mean, I think that's something that all societies are currently planning around, right? Math and Eng especially put together dedicated proposals on what that looked like, and my understanding is contingency planning as well. If your fee was not to be assessed, which the verdict of those conversations was that it wasn't going to be assessed. So again, we're going to support as much as we can there, but I think from our end, there's an expectation that we're not spending the same level of spending as we normally would because we don't have revenue coming in, right? So there's just an expectation to not balance expenses with revenue because you don't have any revenue, but to minimize the amount of unnecessary expenditure. And again, your payroll doesn't count to that because we're going to be taking on your payroll and figuring that out when this is all over, how we reconcile for that. And that's, I think, a longer conversation with the Committee of Presidents that I'd like to have before the end of the year so we have some direction.
Thank you.
Okay,
Next
thank
up, Stephanie Yamo.
Hi, I'm just wondering about the decision not to charge the endowment fund fees. Was that just the university's decision to make, or were the individual boards such as WESF or MEEF consulted in it?
Sure. So good question. So ultimately, it is not the boards of the endowment funds don't actually have the power to make that call. Undergraduate fees are regulated, and I've said this the entire year, and this is case in point why we needed a policy, like some sort of policy or regulation on it. But they're regulated by WUSA and by the UW, and we make a recommendation to the Board of Governors on those fees with the Vice President of Administration of Finance at the university, and we call those shots. So we spoke with the university, and in terms of what fees to charge, we had initially said, well, if they're opt out, they're opt out. It doesn't, if there's a voluntary tax slip that goes with it, so it's not the end of the world if we charge them. But students are conscious of the amount of money that's in their pocket right now. And so UW said, well, let us consult internally with the provost and president and get back to you on what we'd like to do, and you guys tell us if you're okay with it. And so our little working group with Chris Reed and Dennis Huber, the associate provost students and VP admin of finance for UW, went and talked to Jim Rush, the provost, and VP academic, as well as Ferritin, the president, on what direction the university would like to take with those, and asked us for permission to do that. And so we said we were supportive of that direction to pull those fees off the fee statement to keep more money in students' pockets. So no, there was not consultation with the various boards of the endowment funds, and there wouldn't have been time to if we had even wanted to.
Okay, because I know GSA had engaged in consultations with at least WESF, so I guess I'm a little bit disappointed that didn't happen on the WUSA's end, but
GSA has two endowment funds. They have the general grad endowment fund, and they have WESF. No other funds are contributed to the same way by grad students. We were part of the conversation we didn't have any say on their fees, but we were part of the conversation as a group on all the fees, and they were able to consult because they have two. We have like half the faculties have two or more endowment funds and foundations on top of that. Consulting that number was a bit onerous, and so we asked UW for guidance on what their preference was. And when UW's president and provost said we'd prefer not to charge the fee, we said we think students would likely agree with that direction, and we confirmed it. So, we had to make a decision. The GSA was also, we were told we had to get our decisions in within by a Wednesday deadline, having found out about it the week, like literally less than a week before the Board of Governors, well, by a Monday deadline for a Board of Governors meeting on a Wednesday. So it was like a 3 or 4 day turnaround time. And the grads didn't make the deadline. And UW's Board of Governors delegated authority to the president and provost to approve all the fees, which is very, very much outside of the ordinary governance process. And it was something that we were a little less comfortable with, because normally if there's an issue, then we can at least appeal it and have a conversation at the Board of Governors. And if it's completely delegated, we wouldn't have that capacity. So there was a lot of trust that went into it, but it's also why we needed to decide ours on a much faster timeline, because we were given a timeline and we complied with it. The GSA didn't meet their timeline expectations. And so in terms of who they had to consult, there's far fewer people to consult. And in terms of meeting their obligations, I don't think they did so in a timely manner at all. So I understand your frustration with those groups not having been consulted, but I don't know that I would have done it a different way. And to pardon my frankness, they know their fees are regulated not by them. Their fees are regulated by the undergraduate student government and the Board of Governors. And that's always been the case. Their fees came into existence through referenda that we ran. And to the best of our ability, we respect all of their governance about how they spend their money, about how they do their things. But in terms of fee assessment, that is the responsibility of the student government. And we made a call because a call needed to be made. And I don't think it was a bad call. I think genuinely students are pleased to have more money in their pocket. And looking at how the reaction to tuition is right now, I think that would have looked like a money grab that would not have gone over well. So I think doing anything less than what we did would have gone over far worse. We tried to minimize the amount of net impact on the student while also preserving all of our core costs as much as possible, and those for all the student groups. I hope that gives some perspective.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Camden for New Point, and then Edward, and then the speakers list is done.
So you might have mentioned this in the report, but you're cutting off a bit. So can you explain what the capital budget revenue comes from? Is that a fee?
Yes, that's the capital program fee.
Okay. That's it, I guess, then, yeah.
Okay. Edward?
So on your list of fees that were not being assessed for Spring 20, it says that the GRT UPass fee isn't being assessed. Does that mean that students don't have access to UPass over the spring term, or is that cost just being borne by?
No, the UPass program is being suspended for the spring term until, well, that's the intention of the region. On our end, we haven't agreed to the suspension of the program yet, although we did confirm to the region we were not assessing the fee in the spring term. So for students who have paid the fee during the year and would have had access to it, like students who are regular stream students coming in for the summer, or students in the co-op stream for 8-month or 4-month cycles who would have had access over the summer already without having paid in the spring term, which is many students. They're covered. For students who are opted in, they're covered. For students who would have been assessed the fee this term, that is still up in the air. I will note currently transit in the region is free, and the intention, from my understanding from regional council, and part of what went into the or from regional planning and works committee, excuse me, and what factored into the decision that we made on the GRT fee was the fact that free until this kind of wraps up. We are currently in conversation with the region about whether or not it will be we can opt students into the program for those students still remaining here, because we're still under a contract technically. But I mean, for what it's worth, we're not accusing the region of contract violation, and in turn, they're not accusing us of it, right? That's a multi-million-dollar liability on our end if the region said you owe us that fee. And on our end, the alternative would have been to assess a fee and refund it to 90% of students, and the refunding alone, it would cost more to do that on our bottom line that we can't afford currently, if this revenue overview is anything indicative of that. So I know it's not a great position to be in, and we're trying to figure out if we can support students by opting them into the program. And I guess rest assured that remains a key priority and something we're actively speaking about with the region at current.
Okay. Are there any more questions for Seneca? Seneca, thank you for the comprehensive overview. We're going to move on now to the report of Vice President of Education, Matthew Garretts.
Seneca has a second item.
Oh, yeah, he does. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Thank you. So my second item is to raise from the floor a motion to approve the reserves and reserve funds policy. You're typing in the wrong section there, Jason. You're typing under Amanda's section.
People can deal with it.
Okay. So the policy that we're proposing is, let me just make sure I'm pulling it up now. Pardon me. Just to make sure that I can reference it as I go along. Generally, this is a policy that was being worked on in the fall. It was not considered an organizational priority prior to now-ish, but kind of, pressing conditions require pressing action, and it's important that we position ourselves to be as successful as possible with COVID-19, and properly regulating our reserve funds and restricted funds is more essential than ever. So the policy the policy has been reviewed by the Budget and Appropriations Committee back in the fall, and changes were made to that extent. It has been reviewed this winter as well. Generally, it delegates less so delegates, because the board has those powers, or many of the powers already anyhow, but guides the restricted process for internal restrictions. Our auditors had a clear opinion that and this is probably worth documenting in the minutes for whoever's taking minutes currently, that the responsibility of when funds shift between restricted accounts and similar, that is the responsibility on a permanent basis. That's the responsibility of council. And so say we collect a fee for one purpose, spending it on another is the responsibility of council to regulate. However, the board of directors is fully empowered to do it if council creates a regulatory framework. Given the position we're in, the need for such a regulatory framework is more pressing than ever. And so in consultation with kind of our financial management end of the corporations, our accounting department, our auditors, and the general manager, we've reviewed and recommended this policy for adoption. Some general things is identifies the difference between internally and externally restricted, and also creates a designation for endowed funds that are not administered by us. It overviews what the responsibility of the board is when they're doing fund management differently from the general fund management. It overviews some guidelines for internal borrowing, which are going to become important because we're likely going to be in a position to have to internally borrow against one fund or another, or the board will find themselves in that position probably in the coming year, if not sooner. And particularly with council directives for things like the bomber, it's really difficult to justify to the university why they should pay for a project or loan us money for a project on a longer term basis if we have funds available and we could be using them but aren't, right? It better positions us in that respect. Some other general notes is it guides the permanent reallocation of funds or amendment of purpose of a fund. So, funds are collected for X purpose and we change that purpose. Who changes that purpose and why? And the answer here is that it has to be a student representative direction, and that comes at the recommendation of our auditors and how to best set this up. So I guess the one sentence from this item that I'd read and hopefully you guys will take away from is that the primary objective of the policy is to ensure that monies are set aside for dedicated purposes and strategic objectives which ensure the organization is well placed to meet long-term interests, provide for dedicated administered programs, and that funds are available during times of uncertainty, which I would argue this is. It'll allow us to better provide for operational continuity and preparedness during this emergency. So I hope that council will accept it without reservation. And I did also provide a flow chart of kind of what our current funds are and where money goes roughly. That's not perfect. Sorry, I did my best with the timelines that I had. So hopefully this provides some perspective. Thanks for your consideration, and hopefully this can be adopted more or less unanimously.
Okay, so the proposal is moved by Seneca, seconded by John. John, would you like to speak to the item?
No, I just think it's a great idea, and thank you, Seneca, for putting in the work to get this put together.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the reserves item? Okay, new point, Delaney.
I was reading through this and I think it looks really good. My only question was around the reserve payback. It was outlined there would be a maximum 15-year payback period. Can you just provide any more information on how it could potentially work? Of course, I trust the board to go through the proper payback. I just didn't know how it would look from a fee moving standpoint or viewpoint.
Sure, I can do that, no problem. So generally, for everyone else who's wondering, what Delaney's to here is the provision that the board cannot issue an internal loan that exceeds 15 years or exceeds the anticipated useful lifetime of the asset if it's applicable, whichever is the lesser. And the reason there is that if we're funding a major capital expense, we may need to, and we don't have enough money, we may need to borrow from one internal fund to fund that object or that asset and then pay it back. But the lifetime of the loan shouldn't exceed the lifetime of the asset. Otherwise, you're going to be constantly reloaning money and never paying it back in time. And so the way this is structured is that 15 years is a hard cap period. And then if there's an asset, that is a lower cap and considered a lower threshold. And there's an amortization schedule which says you pay back, if you let's say you take $1,000, you're loaning $1,000 from the health fund to fund new desk chairs because say money is tight right now. I don't know. I'm just pulling something out of my ass. And you want to finance it over 5 years. That means that over 5 years, there'll need to be at least $5,000 for a capital asset. But that means over 5 years, $5,000 over 5 years, that's $1,000 a year you're amortizing, which means you're budgeting $83.33 per month for desk chairs, but you're out all the cash up front. But you're paying back the fund according to that schedule plus any interest. So that's all that is. Does that explain your question, Delaney, or did I miss the mark?
Yeah, that was good. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Are there further questions? Thoughts, concerns? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the vote for the reserves and reserves fund policy. Can I get all those opposed to adoption? Any abstaining?
Abstaining.
Would anyone like their vote noted beyond John? Okay. So we currently have carries unanimously with one abstention and Jonathan Philip Hunt noted in favor, Tasia O'Malley noted in favor, and Seneca and Victoria noted in favor.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. And now we can move on to the report of the Vice President of Education, Matthew Garretts.
Hello, can everyone hear me? I guess I'll just not have you answer that because that would obviously be very complicated to answer. I will go, and if people are not picking me up, then let Michael know. All right, so a update on the past month. I wanted to say it has been a pleasure serving in this role for the last 2 years, and I am definitely sad that it is coming to an end. You obviously did not have a report from me in your agenda package. I am hoping to submit one soon. I am just changing up some formatting based on some feedback I have gotten. I know it's a little late to change that, but I figured I would incorporate the feedback I have finally received from one person on my council report format. as well as take the opportunity to give some notes, some summary notes about my time here in terms of accomplishments, failures, things that I thought would be valuable for council to know. So over the last month, it has definitely felt very interesting. It feels like this is the longest distance ever between two council meetings. They've always felt very close together for me, but this time things have just been happening so fast that it feels like a lot of action has been compressed into that area. I would say that the highlight of stuff has obviously been COVID response. Firstly, on the university end, have been working with CEE through Marico on some of the things that have been going on in co-op and trying to make sure that people get their co-op credits, and that co-op is adjusting to the nature of what will be happening. Also, our successful advocacy on credit, no credit grading on an optional basis has been a highlight of this past month as well. Also of note that I know a lot of your constituents will probably be very interested in is the topic of convocation. I love the listening to VP Ed note. Thank you, Jason. The convocation issue is definitely something that we are aware of and have tried to speak to the university about, but they don't seem to be open to budging at this point. But that doesn't mean that we are going to stop trying to figure out a solution where people can graduate with people from their cohorts in an in-person ceremony. I think that is kind of the clear direction that we got from Online Outrage, though if that doesn't sound accurate, then please feel free to push back on it in response to this report. So that has been a large summary of what has been going on the university side. On the government side, I have been spending a whole lot more of my time there. Early on in the crisis, we being both USA and UCRU addressed letters to the respective governments about student debt relief, and so there will now be a moratorium on interest and on payments for 6 months, where in some cases there were not before. This is going to provide some much needed financial relief to our graduating members, and we're very happy that both the province and the federal government have agreed to do this. The bigger piece of what has been going on has been trying to figure out what is going on with regards to financial aid for students. Obviously a big concern for students. One of the initial FAQs that was launched for the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, seemed to indicate that students were not eligible. Students don't count as seasonal workers, since seasonal work is kind of defined by whether you are on EI or not. And the terminology in the act that was passed that enabled CERB talked about people ceasing work due to COVID. I think there's a very valid question about whether if you can't start a job or you were looking for a job and couldn't find one, whether that counts as ceasing work. Rather, it's work that never really started in the first place, and the government's messaging seems to be students don't fall into this unless they were working a part-time job and lost work due to COVID, for example. So we've been trying to work with the government, trying to work to identify to the government the importance that students be covered. To that end, I've been working with kind of a working group of some executive from Western and from the University of British Columbia. I think we've made some good headway on that. You might have seen a survey that we sent out. We got over 3,000 responses across Canada and have been using that to kind of drive media narratives. We have a possible interview with the chair of UCRU today with Global TV on nationally, which is very exciting. and we're trying to draw attention to this. We know that there are some other groups in the fray. Don't forget, Students is kind of this grassroots organization that has popped up around this issue. CFS has had a bit of an active role as well, especially in contact with elected politicians. CASA, or the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations, has been playing a little bit more, inside baseball with their contacts that they have within the government. We have been in contact with people in the government, but haven't found them to be the most receptive right now. We're talking about the federal government. We've been in contact with people from Minister Qualtrough's office. She is the Minister for Workforce Development, Disability Inclusion, and I am forgetting the first part of her title. And we got some early reception, but then that kind of petered off, and we were kind of left out of the loop about what the federal government's plans are. So we pivoted a little bit, knowing that CASA is probably going to be doing good work, and we know that they have that relationship in the ongoing dialogue. We're trying to figure out how to shape the public perception of CERB and student financial need, and that students are not just money-grubbing people who, are taking the money and deposit into savings accounts. Obviously, students have rent concerns. They have to buy groceries. They have tuition to pay in the fall. Trying to get that across is very important. So I've been focusing a lot on that. Because we have had to do a lot of 180s as new stuff comes out from the government that is completely unexpected. I mean, I've been on video calls that last hours long, basically every other day, as we switch direction and respond, and I think we've gotten to a good place. I would encourage all of you, if you're on Instagram or on Twitter, to please follow UCREW. It's UCREW_CAN, to just know a little bit about what we're doing with that. The last kind of big update last two big updates I would give is that we have the USA General Assembly happening tomorrow, which I'm very excited about, passing policy papers on international students, gendered violence prevention and response, and on the on international students, which is the policy I'm writing, gendered violence, and rural and northern students, which I am very excited about to see passing as well. So that will be happening tomorrow. The other big announcement, because I like to keep you folks apprised of good news, even amongst all the bad, the Ontario government has released its fiscal update, which is kind of like a mini budget. It recognizes that there isn't a huge amount of direction and policy change. They'd like to take on that they would normally would on an annual basis. In this case, their fiscal update was very much centered around response to COVID, and there were very minimal other commitments made. One of the commitments that was made was one of the ones that was included in our, that is WUSA's budget submission to the provincial government on sexual violence prevention and response, and boosting funding to that. This also coincided with one of the priorities of USA as well. So very happy to announce that that looks like it's going through, and there'll be more money for universities to spend on sexual violence prevention initiatives. That is kind of the end of my oral report. It's a little longer than normal since obviously you folks don't have the written thing in front of you. It is almost done. You won't get it before the end of the meeting though. But I would entertain any questions on anything in my report or not in my report, and I'm happy to take those questions.
Okay, are there any questions, commentary for the Vice President of Education?
It's been a pleasure to serve with you too, Matt.
I think Edward has a question.
Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, so I know the Prime Minister made an announcement about the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Have you seen if that has actually had any tangible impact on students? Because that's the way it was phrased, but from my research, I can't find any way it's actually helping students.
Could you report the start of your question there?
The Canada Summer Jobs, the changes to that program?
Yeah, so So the Canada Summer Jobs Program, for people's reference, is a program where the government essentially subsidizes people to take on students during the summer, especially in nonprofit industries. For example, USA applies for Canada Summer Jobs funding every summer for its summer internship. The government announced that they would be expanding this, essentially doubling the amount of people who would be eligible, extending the eligibility to for-profit corporations. But it's worth noting that based on the amount of funding that's there, it only supports about 70,000 jobs versus what I think is about 1.4 to 1.5 million post-secondary students who look for employment in the summer term out of about 2.2 million post-secondary students total. So it definitely will help students. It'll help those students stay employed, and it will obviously help companies stay afloat as well. But I don't know if it reaches the scale that is needed to respond to the sheer amount of students who might be facing unemployment. But it is a very good thing to note. Like the federal government has taken action in certain areas. I think the priority that we have tried to put forward and that I got to formulate in a technical brief to the minister's office was trying to either include students on CERB or figure out another income supplement method that puts students on an equitable footing with seasonal workers and with other Canadians who, would be entitled to collect these things. I see no reason why students shouldn't be treated equitably to other residents.
Thank you. Next new point to Stephanie Yamo.
I was wondering if USA or I guess other advocacy groups that have tried to increase kind of student access to CERB, whether they've considered asking the government for, I guess, like tuition aid instead. So instead of like income supplements, it's basically increasing the amount of grants available, because a lot of students, like they're saving money for next year's tuition, whether or not the government would be more amendable to something like that as opposed to increasing the CERB.
I think that's a good question. I mean, we did kind of a analysis of the problem, and we thought about the fact that you have students who are struggling in the summer, right, to pay rent, to pay for groceries. And we think the easiest way and kind of the approach that the government has been taking with programs has been to be universal, to try to be broad-based. This is a change from how government usually operates, where it tries to target things very closely. So we've been trying to engage in that kind of language. And we think that the government tries to preference systems that are already in place. So whereas the federal government does have systems in place through stuff like the EI system or through the National Student Loans Service Center that could be used for universal or at least broad-based distribution of finances. We're not sure that the federal government has the kind of information about student enrollment, about tuition on a provincial level, where it could make decisions regarding tuition supplements. So the approach we've taken has been to say, universally take care of any student who is unemployed during the summer so that they can pay rent, so they can pay groceries, and also in the fall to equate things out, make some changes to the Canada Student Grants Program and the Canada Student Loans Program to account for differences based on need, figure out the targeting later in the fall versus now during the summer. To your point about tuition relief, it hasn't been exactly what we've been asking for, but we have been asking for something kind of similar where alongside this kind of universal relief that we've been pitching, we've also been pitching for something that we think would be valuable, which is an emergency fund administered through the universities, because government is currently trying to avoid too much administrative burden because they're already taking on a lot with doing processing applications for EI and CERB, but flow money down to the universities with some form of terms of reference to cover any student that the universal income either misses or doesn't encompass their needs fully. So I imagine somebody who might need medical supplies that aren't covered by OHIP or a comparable program, or students who need to buy more assistive equipment to actually be able to participate in courses online, needs that aren't really covered by a universal benefit. So that kind of emergency loan and grant stream administered by the universities is something that we've pitched. But I imagine that they would probably be more amenable to something like a supplement than billing something as kind of a tuition rebate or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
We have Cannon with a direct response to Steph.
Something to note, like, while I agree that if the government is more happy to with tuition grants, it would be helpful for domestic students. That doesn't really cover international students really well, so that would be something we're not going to be advocating for that if we do that down the line.
Any other questions?
All right. Thank you for your report, Matt. If people have other questions, they can follow up offline. And we move on to the report of the Vice President of Student Life. Amanda, go ahead.
Hi, I also don't have anything to add to my written report today.
Does anybody have any questions for Amanda?
Questions?
Megan Newpoint, and then Kenan.
Could you expand a little bit maybe on like some of the successes and challenges that clubs and services have had with moving programming online, just to like give us an idea of what they're up to?
Yeah, totally. So one of the really big things that we're trying to do online is peer support. So we're trying to figure out how to move all of our services onto that platform and trying to do video calls as well as phone calls for some services. So that's one area. We're not really doing many events for services. So when we talk about moving online, it's almost entirely peer support and marketing. So like sharing resources and things like that, and some communication with center users. And then when it comes to clubs, that's going to be more event focused. So clubs are able to run events online just like they would on campus and still be completing event forms. And we're just trying to make sure that we have the capacity to continue monitoring what's going on and making sure that any events that students are still, or any events that clubs are still holding are still following all of our rules and are still under our insurance. So we're trying to figure out the best ways to continue monitoring things while they're online, but so far it looks like it's going pretty well.
Okay, thank you.
So a few questions I had about the services. Like, do you think we'll still be hiring this like same number of volunteers or coordinators and executives for the services? Will there be a change in that? And like the level of, will that affect the level of services we're giving for the spring term?
100%. This incoming term and possibly year is going to look very, very different from what it normally does. The services haven't each decided what exactly they're going to look like exec and volunteer wise, but I would assume for some services that it could possibly even be just a coordinator and maybe a couple execs, because there isn't much capacity to do too much. I don't really see much of a need for a big volunteer base because there isn't really too much of a capacity to do things. We don't really need volunteers to be hosting office hours because we don't have an office. So we don't really need as many volunteers to be doing the work, but we do have coordinators that are able and already in their positions. So that's currently where we're at, but obviously things are always changing. So if for some reason services want to have more capacity to do things, or they don't want to have as many people working, those are all conversations that we're going to be having. That's all.
I had a follow-up to that, sorry, if that's okay, Michael.
Go ahead.
So I know in the survey we did, like there were questions about what students want us to do in base of services and everything. Have those things been considered? Like I know that the survey was just done recently, so you might not have had the full time to look at data, but when Seneca was saying that a preliminary report is kind of ready with the data, have we looked at that to see what student want out of the services this term, or which services they would prefer to have more of this term?
Yeah, so when originally going through and figuring out what services were going to be active, a lot of that was just, is there going to be a need for this service? So for example, the bike center. Obviously, with students not being on campus, it doesn't make sense to have the bike center operating. So there were some decisions that we were able to make based on services without using the data from the survey. However, we did use it for some other aspects. So we know that one of the things that students are worried about is their academics and a lot of stress behind that. Another thing is just the stress of being either in quarantine or having to work and go out and just worrying about COVID and your academics and everything else going on. So we're trying to make sure that our peer support is able to, like, we have the capacity to be able to be responding properly. And then also with food bank, people were talking about food insecurity. So we're able to not only increase our capacity of how many hampers we're doing, but we also have a bit more funding thanks to Seneca. So that's going to be a bit different. But yeah, so looking at the data was definitely like very helpful for the services, but we did know going in before even getting that data that our main focus was going to be community building and making sure that students are still able to stay connected. So that was why we had to focus on those services.
One last follow-up, Michael.
Go ahead.
So I know when I was asking you about this, you told like Amanda will probably be able to like have the data more. So just requesting Amanda, like whenever the data is available, even if it's preliminary, can you send that to me?
Oh, I said Abby.
Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. Like whenever the data becomes available, I'd just love to look at that. That's all.
Thank you. So seeing no further questions in the chat for Amanda, we're going to move on to, pardon?
There's an item. There's 2 items of business under Amanda's report.
Yep. Let's go to the first one.
I'll second the item.
Okay, so moved by Amanda, seconded by Seneca. Be it resolved that presented amendments to procedures 25 and 26 be received for first reading and referred to the Policies and Procedures Committee for review. Is there any discussion on that, Amanda?
I don't have anything to add to the report, but does anyone have, or to the policy, does anyone have any questions about it?
Any questions, anybody?
Sorry, did you say 25 and 26?
Yep. Okay, I'm not seeing any new points being raised, so we're going to advance to a vote. Can I get all those opposed? Any abstentions? And would anyone like their vote noted? Megan Town noted an abstention. Amanda Fitzpatrick noted in favor. Okay, The motion carries unanimously with 3 abstentions. And we move on to item B, added for information, proposal of a review of appreciation and compensation for the orientation team. Amanda, do you want to introduce this?
Yeah, so Seneca and I, mainly Seneca, was able to write this report after talking to Dave and Becky about the possibility of compensation for our O team. And pretty much one of the things that we talked about in here, if you didn't get a chance to read it, was just the timing of everything happening. So that definitely has a big impact. But if anyone had any specific questions, now's a great time to ask them.
And big shout out to Canon for taking the stab at writing the draft report. There was 0 bandwidth in our portfolios to do it, so shout out to him for taking the lead on that. The only thing I'd add to Amanda's intro there is that if council's satisfied with the recommendations outlined in the report, then it will advance through the governance process and next steps outlined below. If it's not satisfied with the recommendations, then we will just continue this course of review.
Had a new point from Caroline. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure I read this report, so if I missed this, I'm sorry. So I was just wondering, how would these amounts be paid out if orientation was moved online, or if the fees weren't collected, or if there was a lower amount of fees collected?
Seneca, would you be able to answer this one?
Sure, happy to. So just a quick note is this is not to affect orientation this year. This will affect 2021 orientation at the earliest. So there will be no impact from fees this year. This is just an examination on what it would look like if we were to conduct a more thorough review of appreciation and compensation. What the report initially outlines is that there is a case for it currently, but again, we haven't done an exhaustive review, so we don't want to put the cart before the horse and recommend, giving OTeam/FOC compensation yet. We'd like to formalize a review and see what that looks like. So there will be no impact on budget this year. The budget for orientation has actually already been approved.
So I meant like in future years. So just say this happens again. I know this wasn't going to be applied for this year, but just say this went through and like the income was built into the orientation fee. What happens if the orientation fee doesn't collect enough money to pay out these incomes?
Sure. So we plan a little bit for that. The orientation fund is sitting in a surplus of about $300,000 right now, which is why this year's budget we're projecting a deficit of $71,000. Now, if orientation manages to run that, the orientation department's confident that they will not run a deficit this year. So in the event that they do run that $70,000 budgeted deficit, then we will be adjusting their fees accordingly. Now, you're right. If there's a drop in enrollment or something, we see a reduction down the line in this, because that's totally possible with COVID right now. That could affect 2 or 3 years from now with international student enrollment, for instance. So what are some of the stuff we're looking at there is, can we, we basically use a slip year model, right? We budget for something, and if we run a deficit, we have a sufficient surplus to cushion, and then we adjust things for the next year. And then we adjust the fees down if there's way over collection, because we don't want to run a profit. So historically, the Feds has really tried to keep fees low, and we've done that to the detriment of our operations sometimes. And now we've kind of played a catch-up game this year to fix that situation. And so I think we just got to play it by ear, but there is a healthy enough reserve right now to handle that. And we will be adjusting the fees accordingly in future years if something like this were to pass. So we would build in a little bit of contingency. I don't know if that ameliorates any concerns you might have had.
It does. Thank you.
And Canon withdrew his request. Seneca, you answered. Any further questions? Okay. Since the item was added for information, I'm not going to proceed to a vote on it. And if everyone's okay, we can move on in the agenda. Okay. And now we move on to the Board of Directors report. Go ahead, Connor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Just in terms of the written report, I just want to make one or two notes on there's two motions arising from that. One is the appointment to a vacancy on the board, which requires ratification at the next regular council meeting. And then in terms of the ratification of the fee increase, just to be clear on this one, as we've brought some past fee increases to council already. This is a CPI adjustment for the non-salary portion of the WUSA fee. So there's no double counting going on if that was a concern from anyone.
Okay, so there is an item 3.2.1 for ratification. Be it resolved that council ratifies the appointment of Abigail Simpson to the vacant at-large seat on the board of directors. Can I get a mover and seconder for that?
I can move, Matthew.
Matthew moves. Steph Yumo seconds. Is there any discussion on this item people want to have? Go ahead, Ina.
I'm just confused. Isn't like so starting next year, Abigail will be starting in the next term, Abigail will be president. So how does that then why would she need a director at large position in the board?
This is for this current governing year because we had a vacant seat for this year.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Got it. Thank you.
Steph, do you still have a director? Okay. Any other comments, questions? I don't see any in the chat. So we're going to move to a vote on this item. Please indicate your vote on the comment, and I'll take orally. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? And would anyone like their vote noted? Okay. I'm seeing the motion carrying unanimously. Oh. One person heart reacted. That's not allowed. Matthew. Okay. Unanimous approval, I'm seeing, and we move on to item 3.2.2, ratification of fee increase. Be it resolved that council ratifies the board-approved indexation of the Federation of Students fee for inflation by 2.2% as determined by Statistics Canada in accordance with Article 4 of the bylaws, totaling 94 cents. Be it further resolved that council further ratifies the board-approved adjustment of the foregoing increment for fee opt-outs by an additional 13 cents, reflective of a 30% opt-out across those optional components of the Federation of Students fee. Moved by Seneca. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by John. And we have our first question to Matthew. Go ahead.
Yeah, I suspect I know the answer, but does this 94 cents include other fee increases that went through this year?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So the 94 cents, is that 94 cents based on the fee that we currently have or the fee that we currently have plus the other things that have been added this year to the Federation of Students fee?
It excludes the things that we have added, where they were added inclusive, like where they were added late enough in the year that they were already accounting for inflation adjustments built into their original adjustment. So anything that was like added in May for fall 2020 was indexed, but that's pretty standard, right? We index fall to fall. So anything that was pre-fall 2020 was adjusted for, less salary and benefits related items. So we did not double count salary and benefits, and we did not double count things that had already been adjusted for inflation.
Great.
Okay. Next, I have Jason Small with a new point. Go ahead.
So with the as I understand, I have trouble understanding with the second clause. As I understand it, the existing fee already accounts for 30% opt out. Therefore, the base 2.2% increase would also already account for it. So wouldn't the second additional 13 cents be double counting?
Go ahead, Seneca.
No, it's not double counting. The existing fee does not account for adjustments for 30% opt out. Our fee was not built around a 30% opt out, right? Our fee was built around being 100% mandatory. This is adjusting the fees as they were prior to fall 2019. This is minus anything that has already been indexed for inflation, because there were a couple things, minus any staff salary and benefits. So this is strictly money that has never been indexed before for inflation. If that answers the question.
It looks like it does. Are there any further questions on this item? Seeing none raised in the chat, I'm going to advance to vote on this. Can I get all those opposed to ratification of fee increase? Any abstentions?
Wait, point of clarification. So is the vote on the chat right now voting for opposing or voting for increasing?
The vote in the chat right now is for the motion on the floor, which is on your screens. And if you click thumbs up, you are in favor. If you wow react, you are opposed. And if you sad react, you are abstaining. So right now, looks like we have unanimous with one abstention. Would anyone like their vote noted? Okay, Seneca noted in favor, I believe. And with that, we are able to move on to item 3.3, representative reports. Is there anybody who wants to give an update from the Applied Health Sciences Caucus? Anybody from the Arts Caucus?
Hi.
Hi. Do you want to give an update?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
So just a couple updates here. This is the last council meeting I'll be attending for the rest of my undergraduate career, and it was a great opportunity to work with such passionate and lovely people. I'm not sure if I mentioned this at my last meeting, but I've been working with the Human Rights Office to implement an inclusive bathroom in Haggy Hall. It's been submitted to plant ops, but the actual date of implementation has been delayed due to the pandemic. And for the remainder of the term, we had a few events planned, but they had to get canceled. So we held a care package initiative that the students really, really appreciated. And we're thinking of doing a second round over the spring term.
Thank you. We'll take questions for anybody at the end. Is there anybody from Engineering Caucus who wishes to give a report? Go ahead, Edward.
So I would just like to note that we've received 2 emails at least from constituents regarding tuition charges for spring 2020 and their reflection of disagreement with the university's decision to continue with full tuition, that being an email from Joshua Sewer-Nick and from Mitchell Blaine Tulloch. So just like to note that we received the emails and we responded to them with the information we had on hand about the tuition as it stands for spring 2020.
Okay. Anyone else from engineering? Seeing none, we'll move on and ask for Environment Caucus.
Hi, this is Michelle. Similar to Caroline, this is also my last meeting. It's been nice working with everybody. And other than that, Environment doesn't have anything else to report.
Thank you. Mathematics, Ina?
Hi, so a quick society update. We have most of our execs for spring 2020 term will be like due to like society fees are no longer being charged. We recently passed a motion to assume all the fee would be $0, so all undergraduate math students are now social and voting members for spring 2020 term, whether or not they're on co-op and or academic term, just so that we can constantly support them. Additionally to that, we have also like throughout the crisis, throughout the pandemic, we have been receiving emails regarding tuition fees and tuition fee disagreements, as well as like previous with grade disagreements, and we have been providing that for we're providing replies based on our current knowledge. That's and then yeah, that's mostly it from math. Or if anybody else from the Math Caucus would like to share anything.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Anyone from Science Caucus want to make an update?
No updates from us. Thanks.
I just had something to add. So for SciClock, we're just working with our board of directors and board of directors from other science societies in Ontario just to figure out a good game plan for how to engage with students online. We're also looking at putting out a survey with science students just to get an idea of what they want for online events for spring term. But otherwise, we're just looking at using the spring term to really focus on long-term planning and transitioning because we have a lot of turnover for the next year. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from Cambridge, Kitchener, Stratford, SJ, or Renison want to speak? Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the representative caucuses?
Michael, just one item.
Go ahead.
So just a reminder to all the representative caucuses with societies and colleges, the Federation, for those of you who have asked for it, has taken on signing authority for the remainder. If you have signing authority issues and need additional signing authorities, the Federation signing authorities we're in the process of preparing general paperwork for everything in the event that it happens, and they'll be dispersed as needed to the societies for approval if you guys are looking for it. So just as a note, in the event that you're off campus, I know we've done that for a number of societies already, and those requests have continued to come in. So just something for everyone to be aware of.
Okay, thank you, Seneca. And I'll also extend a thank you to all of the presidents who are not going to be continuing on council after the end of April. Thank you for your time, for serving on the Students' Council, and for your insight and donation of your time to helping us improve communication between societies and WUSA. Next, we move on to the Officers of Council reports. Speaker, I have nothing to report on. Jason, do you have anything to report for Deputy Speaker? Oh, we have a new point for me first. Go ahead, John.
How is transition planning going for council?
Transition planning is going. We need to schedule and hold a transition session but I anticipate that will happen in the next 2 weeks. We have been doing some transitioning for board, and I just need to follow up and make sure we get on council.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, so I will skip on the normal attendance reporting since there really is no point with this being the last meeting unless someone objects. So yeah, I'm just going to say, since this is my last meeting here after 3 years, that it's been a pleasure serving. And if anyone has continuing inquiries, they can continue reach me, including like after this month, you can reach me at like my normal URL email address, and I'll continue to be responsive. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions for Jason? Okay. Seeing no questions, we move on to the update from the secretary. Mancy's not here and hasn't responded to my emails in a little bit, so that's fun. Edward, do you have anything to update on?
I got the June minutes done. That's all.
Woo! Thank you. Now we can move on to item 3.5, standing committees or commissioners' reports. Item 3.5.1, report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. This motion will require 2/3 approval. Be it resolved that Council accepts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, including the affixed policies and procedures as presented in Appendix C. Moved by Seneca Velling. Can I get a seconder? John Hunt. Seneca and then John, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. So I guess first and foremost, the 3 items that are in here, for those of you who, I assume everyone's read my report, but just to remind everybody, policy 29 on ancillary fees and member dues was unanimously recommended, and the policy was updated based on the feedback we received from societies, as well as the feedback we received from the endowment funds that did bother responding. But generally, the feedback we had gotten the first time we had done an in-person session with all the societies that was organized by MEF in the fall, all of that feedback, or was it early January? I don't remember. It's all blurred together. All that feedback was taken into consideration and adjusted. So the policy now makes sure to recognize and defer normally, under normal circumstances, to the governing documents of those funds. Only with the exception of emergency issues like what we had to do for COVID. Ideally, again, that didn't follow the process we would have normally liked, but we were on a really tight timeline, so decisions had to get made. The rest of it has been adjusted to make sure that we fit within the context and direction we were asked from the university that said that they wanted the VP Office of the VP Admin and Finance for UW has indicated that the role of the student government is to be the arbiter and to be the gatekeeper for undergraduate fees. And so that has been reflected in that policy. A new policy on budgeting and appropriations generally was provided that better reflects current budget practices, that reconciles a fair dispute mechanism between council and board when they disagree on budgets, which hasn't happened yet, but Matt brought up a very apt point that needs to be something that we address, and that's in consultation with accounting and senior management. More permission to managers to adjust budget lines within reason where the bottom line remains unchanged, which generally referred to as a net zero permission, and we borrowed some of the thinking there from Western, who offered insight on their successes and failures in their budget model, and created a bit more flexibility where appropriate for in-year adjustments to thresholds that make sense. So it used to be $500 thresholds had to go to the board for approval. Anything above that is an adjustment or deviation or transfer. On a $5 million plus operating budget, and that doesn't even include the transfers out or capital funding or anything else, $500 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So we opted for 0.5% of the operating budget, which is $25,000, and anything less than that is regulated by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And budget reductions can be, and freezes are still made in accordance with policy and board rules by the VPUF and president. The committee also unanimously approved that one with all members voting in favor, none abstaining. The amendments to Council Procedure 5 on budgeting, the procedure has been changed and renamed Budget Preparation and Other Appropriations, knowing that the actual execution of budgets is the oversight responsibility of the board, but the preparation and appropriation of funds is the responsibility of council. It has also been more aptly named now. So that follows in compliance with the would-be policy, as well as updating to reflect current practices. So those items are attached, and I'm happy to take any questions on any of the three of them, unless John has anything he wishes to supplement my comments with.
John?
Once again, this was a lot of reviewing done by the committee, and I don't think anybody really had any issues with any content in it. As Seneca noted, we all did vote in favor, and in many cases unanimously.
Thank you. First new point to Jason Small.
With the changes that are being proposed to policy 29, shouldn't policy 24 be rescinded at this point in time?
Jog my memory on what policy 24 is. I'm sorry, Jason.
Online refundable ancillary fee opt-out system, which your report says has been incorporated into policy 29 now.
Yes, sorry, that should also be rescinded.
So I'm going to move to amend the item to rescind it.
Okay. Anyone want to second that?
Sure.
Okay, Seneca seconds. I'm gonna take this as friendly to the assembly. If anyone wants to contest that, raise your voice now.
Michael, I just have a request for the minutes for Edward.
Yep.
Can the minutes reflect that it was rescinded because it has been included under policy 29 as opposed to just because we didn't feel like having it anymore? It's not like the content has been lost.
Thank you, Edward. And having heard no objections, that I'm considering friendly to the assembly, and we can move on with the original resolution. Any more questions, comments on the item 3.5.1? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Can I get all those opposed to the item on the floor? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Would anyone like their vote noted? Okay, the motion carries unanimously with 2 abstentions. And nope, 1 abstention, sorry. And John noted in favor and Seneca noted in favor. And with that, we move on to item 3.5.2. Report of the Elections and Referenda Committee. Item 3.5.2.1, election procedure changes. Be it resolved that Council amends Procedure 6, Elections and Referenda Procedures, as recommended by the Elections and Referenda Committee in Appendix D. Moved by Jason. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Seneca Velling. Jason, would you like to introduce?
Yeah, so these are pretty minor changes that the Elections and Referenda Committee considered back in January, just covering certain edge cases, really just closing like loopholes of how something could be interpreted in terms of running for multiple positions, but it's very straightforward.
Seneca?
Sure, I'll just note that all of these changes were done in consultation, as it pertains to senators, were done in consultation with the University Secretariat, and actually our policy recommendations or procedural amendments here are being considered by the Secretariat. They're being copied by the Secretariat for faculty and Senate, faculty and staff Senate seats. because we beat them to it, and so they're just borrowing against our language. So that I guess feels kind of good.
Okay. So is there any question, commentary on this item? I'm not seeing any. So we're going to move to a vote on the item. Be it resolved that Council amends Procedure 6 as recommended by the Elections and Referendum Committee in Appendix D. Can I get all those opposed? Any abstaining? And since we're unanimous so far, not going to ask for notes of votes.
Noted in favor.
It's unanimous with no abstentions. Okay. And with that, we move on to item 3.5.2.2, ratification of by-election results. Be it resolved that Council ratifies the results as certified by the Elections and Referendum Committee and documented in Appendix E of the by-election held on March 5th to 7th, 2020. Moved by Jason. Can I get a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Ina Wong. Discussion? Go ahead, Jason.
Yes, so first of all, yeah, we had our by-election. For the most part, it was routine, and this is a routine motion to ratify the result that has been certified by Elections and Referenda Committee. However, there were two particular issues, procedural issues that came up with this election. The first of which is the date of the election, scheduling it. It is questionable as the procedure currently stands whether it was in the authority of the committee to schedule it, since it fell outside of normal date guidelines. So that's one issue that I think should be addressed. And the second issue that we came up with when considering it had to do with, if you look in the results detail about candidates under STV not meeting quota, because most voters were only ranking like one or two choices for the Arts Council race. The ruling of the committee in this ended up being to count like the two other candidates despite not meeting quota, under the idea that people not ranking those choices didn't mean they opposed them. But I think this is an ambiguity that should be addressed. So I am moving an amendment now to add these two procedural changes to the motion. In a second, I'll open the document, but first to read this motion. Be it further resolved that Procedure 6 be amended to include the presented changes to by-election scheduling and implicit implementation of a no candidate choice. And then be it further resolved that you study the explicit implementation. And I'm actually just going to open up this document so people can see what I'm talking about. One moment. Here we go. So for the first part, and this is the same document that I sent to the mailing list yesterday. Nothing has changed since then. So the first part of it about by-election scheduling basically specifies that it's a normal occurrence for like if there's remaining Senate vacancies after a general election to elect those in the coming month. I changed before the May sitting to no later than March 31st because of the timing of electing senators to committees of senates dictates that we know who the senators are by that point. And then I've said that ERC or Students' Council can make the call of scheduling such by-election. And then I've added provisions that once you're having a by-election for that purpose, you can also have it include other vacancies. And then for no candidates, so I've considered two different options of how we can implement this. An explicit option that actually adds in a no candidate option. This is pretty much modeled exactly over what NSHOC does with its executive elections. Although it becomes more complicated with like a multi-seat races, but this is like text to implement that. This does require technical changes on the vote.fed site. So, and because like I actually, since yesterday, got some answers back from IT staff where they think it'll be implementable. But since like you never know how long those sorts of things will take, I've also proposed an implicit implementation where that doesn't require any technical changes. Instead, it just makes it clear, or make it clear both in like the actual voting screen with extra explanatory text and when results are being interpreted, that if you're not ranking a candidate, that means you'd rather the seat be vacant than that person be elected. Because this is just another way of resolving the ambiguity. And then my motion is saying, let's implement the changes to election scheduling and the implicit option now. And then, since I do think the explicit one is a preferred one, have the executive committee look into whether or not it's feasible. But in the meantime, still have something easy put in place. So I will happily take questions about this.
Can I get a seconder for moving the amendment first? I need a, okay. Edward, thank you. Edward seconds. And now, are there any questions, comments for Jason?
Yeah, I guess one question. I'd prefer to hold off on implementing the no candidate thing. Like I personally agree with it, but I think from a technical feasibility perspective, and since exec committee is in the process of transitioning, could that other consideration be something we refer to the policies and the policies and procedures committee and in elections and referenda committee for consideration in the new governing year to report back to council based off of considerations of technical feasibility? Because as you said, for single candidate races, it's easy, but for multiple candidate, multiple seat races, it becomes very challenging. Like how that's counted for under STV is difficult. And I would be hesitant to even put something in on a temporary basis until like we properly assess that. So I'm very much in favor of the first adjustments you made on by-election scheduling, but I think for the no candidate option, I think it should have a little bit more consideration. Not that I think you didn't put thought into it, just that I would like to take our time with it, knowing that there's a lot of moving parts right now and that we have focus in other areas. I wouldn't want to procedurally constrain ourselves in a position that with something that may not be feasible and be stuck with it down the line. If that's amenable to you, Jason.
So to respond, like the way this is structured with that first motion is like the implicit implementation doesn't require any technical work. It's just when they're running, whenever they have to run a by-election, they just add one note to the voting page. So I'm perfectly willing to change executive committee to a different committee. I just put executive committee since I figured that one has the best like year-to-year turnover, while like if I put any other committee, it's like guaranteed that nothing's going to happen with it until June. But I'm willing to change that to PPC or ERC if that satisfies people.
Okay. So would changing it to PPC or ERC satisfy you, Seneca? Okay. Any further questions or commentary on this item?
Point of information, are we going with ERC or executive committee? Because the live document says ERC right now.
See my note underneath.
I heard back that exec committee is fine. So I
misheard. I misread that.
Yeah, I have not seen anything that would change it, so it is still exec committee. Seeing no further questions or comments, we're going to move to a vote on this item. On the amendment, sorry. So the amendment would add to motion 3.5.2.2, be it further resolved, procedure 6 be amended to include the presented changes to by-election scheduling and implicit implementation of a no candidate choice. Be it further resolved that executive committee be tasked with investigating the technical feasibility of applying the presented explicit implementation of a no candidate choice. With that, I'll take anyone who's opposed. Anyone abstaining? And would anyone like their votes noted? Seneca noted in favor. And I have the motion carrying unanimously with 2 abstentions. Seneca noted in favor. All right, so we're back onto the main motion as amended. Be it resolved that council ratifies the results, etc. Be it further resolved as amended. Any more discussion on this item? Seeing none, we will advance to a vote on the ratification of by-election results as amended. Can I get all those opposed? Abstaining? And would anyone like their vote noted? Okay, I am gathering that the motion is carrying unanimously. So we move on to item 3.5.3, report of the Committee of Presidents. Item 3.5.3.1, meeting minutes for information. See Appendix F for minutes from the April 9th meeting of the Committee of Presidents. Any comments or questions on the meeting minutes? Go ahead, Matthew.
Never
Okay.
mind, it was on the motion.
Okay. Then John, new point.
I'll bring this into the second motion. Sorry.
Okay. In that case, we can advance to 3.5.3.2, amendments to procedure 28. The item reads, be it resolved that council amends procedure 28, Committee of Presidents, as recommended by the Committee of Presidents in Appendix G. I'll take first Matt and then John, and then anyone else can put their toe in the ring. Go ahead, Matt.
I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the motivation of the change from the promulgator from speaker to president. I just want to understand it because in my mind, at least philosophically, you know, the speaker is the stand-in for council as a whole, and though the president is often speaker, it might just make sense to keep that at speaker. But obviously, knowing that I was not part of this conversation, I want to know the motivation before I take any action on this or don't.
That one you'll have to talk to Seneca. Seneca, are you prepared to answer that?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, I am. If I can go ahead.
Go.
Sure. So a couple comments there. I drafted the changes to the policy last year, if you might remember, in March 14th or 15th, 2019, Matt, where these changes came forward at that meeting where we lost quorum partway through. And anyways, the change of those changes at the time were based around the then bylaws, but the bylaws now position the president very differently with respect to council, right? The whole point of the president being the default speaker is that, and this, in this case, the speaker being the vice chair of the committee, or deputy speaker being the vice chair of the committee, is that there is, the view of the president should not differ from the view of council, that they are one and the same. And so the president doesn't have an opinion. Council has an opinion, and the president's opinion is the opinion of council. And as part of that, I would just refer to the bylaws, Article 9, Section 8, 3, where it's the duty, and Policy 0 as well, which the to be responsible for ensuring that compliance with policies and bylaws and other governing documents. And similarly, Policy 0 sets a standard that the president is responsible for enforcing policies, procedures, bylaws, etc. Or that the board is, and that's carried out in practice by the president. So in that respect, the president is kind of the agent of the board and the agent of council in being that representative. And I mean, when people vote for the president, that's what they think, right? That when someone casts a vote for the president, they assume that the president is the head of, for lack of a better word, state in our organization. So I think it makes sense to have some sort of the promulgation be about the president, and I think, and that's where those changes were arising from.
Matt, does that answer your question?
It does, and I might entertain a response, but not one directly.
Okay. Then next we had John.
Thank you, Michael. So I noticed that we are moving away from having Engineering Society A or B. I did reach out to you, and I reached out to Ellen as well about this. And from my understanding from both of you is that Engineering Society considers themselves to have two separate societies and thus should have 2 votes on this committee. However, those are subgroups within your own society. There's one faculty, it's the Faculty of Engineering. So I don't see why we're giving one faculty 2 votes on the Executive Committee of Council. The alternatives would be either they each get a half vote, which doesn't really make too much sense to me. The one that's currently on stream gets a vote, or they both get votes, and the threshold in section D1D becomes unanimity. So instead of a 2/3 majority vote, you would need to have unanimity for decisions to be made, in which case it doesn't matter, they could have 10 votes. Mathematics Society could decide, well, we have a council and we have a board, why don't we have the person who chairs council and the person who chairs board represent the society, therefore those are the leaders and they should have 2 votes each. Or we break down the society into year groups and then there end up being 5-year groups, or co-op and non-co-op. There's so many different divisions that you can break the society down into. And while yes, Engineering Society A has separate bank accounts to B, they're both audited in the same way. They are both the representatives of the engineering students. They have the same set of bylaws. They have one board, according to the bylaws that I read that are actually in this same agenda package. They're one society with 2 subgroups. So I don't exactly see why we're doing things in the way that we are. And if this is just to be bringing things in alignment with current practice, then I would ask if we're in the business of changing our policies to match practices which are not in order, because that's generally not good practice. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna jump in and address this a little bit. And the response to you, John, is that the Engineering Society was created in the beginning with two councils. If you look at our original bylaws, there's the Engineering Council A and Engineering Council B. So there's already two groups there. And also the Engineering Society's presidents, no, the WUSA bylaws. And the Engineering Society presidents each are required to, under the current MOU, to agree and sign on to the Memorandum of Understanding. So, so as to signify their each of their respective societies' votes in favor. Is there anyone else who wants to directly respond? Otherwise, I'm going to move ahead with the speakers list. Go ahead, John.
All right. Well, if you would like to go ahead with having that signifying that they both have votes, then I would ask that we have unanimity as the voting threshold, because that's the only way that we can have one society having 2 votes while every other society has 1.
Okay. Next, we had a new point from Seneca. Ellen, you want to directly respond?
Seneca, you can go first.
Ellen, you can go first. Okay, Seneca, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I guess the original constitution that
Seneca, sorry, this is for the new point. You put your response to that in the chat.
this is my direct response. My
Okay.
point is on is a main comment. That's why this was a direct response.
Okay.
The Students' Council created the Engineering Society with 2 subsidiary councils, Council A and Council B, but it created one society. There was only ever one society. It's just Council A got rebranded to Engineering Society A and Council B got rebranded to Engineering Society B because it didn't, like, I guess historically at some point someone decided that it didn't make sense to call them councils anymore when they also had their own executives and other things like that. I very much kind of understand where John's coming from on this one. I think both societies deserve a vote on council, and I was very much in favor of that when that happened. I think on the Committee of Presidents, how a society regulates its votes are kind of its business, but the minute we say one society gets more votes than another, then John's point is an apt one, and that is, what's to stop the Math Society or the Science Society from saying, okay, but we have 5 divisions, we want 5 votes. Like, it's a very much internal division. I recognize that the Engineering Society was internally divided in our original constitution, subdivided in our original constitution, but it was still subdivided. There's only one society. And so I understand the consternation here, and I think it opens a little bit of a can of worms if that's going to somehow lead to every other, like, I don't like John's proposal that unanimity be the threshold for everything at COPS, because that makes it impossible to do business. And I think the alternative that every society gets to name more voting members is also a ridiculous conclusion. And so it seems to me the only cogent outcome is to say that they share a vote, and how they share a vote is based on what, like, consultation with their council or their board, right? Like, and I think to some extent that happened this time, right? Ellen Delaney can speak to it more, but like with the society's MOU, they discussed with their board and got direction from their board on how to vote, and so it effectively does create 2 votes on every item. And I guess I can't speak to that more, but I definitely see the can of worms it opens, and I also would like to acknowledge there is only one society. There are 2 divisions of a society.
Ellen, direct response.
Yeah, so in terms of the society's MOU, it just so happened that Delaney and I have very similar opinions on the MOU, hence we tended to vote very similarly through the whole MOU process, but we did both consult our individual executives and councils and got direction from those groups as well. We represent two different subsets of students, and not every engineering student can vote on who represents them. So Delaney represents half the students, while I represent half the students. And I know it looks very like externally like we have double the votes and like double the representation, but it's because we are representing two separate groups of students. And I guess in our eyes, we are two separate societies.
Okay, does anyone else have a direct response to that before we go to the new points again? Okay. Oh, Edward, go ahead.
And again, respond to this, like, externally, the Engineering Society presents itself as two different societies and has two votes on other bodies that it's part of, with like external, like within the Canadian Federation of Engineering Students, they exist as two separate societies as well. So this is not just a division that exists internally. We do represent ourselves externally as two societies as well to other bodies.
Ina, go ahead.
So I understand what you're saying, Ellen. I understand what you're talking about in terms of representation, because it's engineers divided into half the students are on academic term, half the students are on co-op term. However, like for many other societies, we represent everybody regardless of whether or not they're on academic or co-op. So I don't want to interfere of how engineer society should do the business. However, I just think that the society as a whole is always representative of the undergraduate student, regardless of what their current on-term or off-term status is.
Ellen, direct response to Ina?
Yeah, I guess like we're always representing all the engineering students, but I guess my point was that like only half the students can vote in our elections at a time. I think in all the other societies, you can vote whether you're on co-op or you're on an academic term. And our voters list is only students who are on a current academic term. So it's very split on like who is your society and in what society you're a part of.
Direct response to Seneca.
Sure, I guess if only half vote for each president, then each president together is half of the two divisions of the society forming a whole. So I guess the two presidents together then can exercise half of a vote. And if you can't agree, you abstain. And if you both disagree, you vote against. And if you both agree, you vote in favor. And that seems like it would work just fine to me. I understand. I guess what I'm trying to say is I understand where John's coming from on this, that it becomes very easy for other societies to create artificial internal divisions to generate more votes for themselves. And it's not I don't know that that's a healthy practice.
Delaney, direct response to Seneca, go ahead.
Just following up on that, I think that this division has been something that has existed for so long in practice that if it got to the point where other societies had developed in a way where their society is no longer seen as the main representative of that group, then it would make sense for other societies to switch. I know that there's been talks at COPs of GBDA getting a vote in addition to arts having their seat. And I think that that's something to be mindful of. It's not, and something that COPS monitors as well. So if it got to a point where another society's representation was split in such a way that they required another vote, then that should be looked into that way. But with NSOC's current representational setup, A society and B society do have different opinions, which I think validates a big part of the reasoning behind having two votes. Ellen already mentioned the fact that like her and I get along fairly well and have had similar thoughts and opinions on a lot of matters that have come to COPS this year, but not all A and B society presidents have gotten along, and I think that this is something that'll create more backlash for the future of getting things through COPS, like just from the NSOC side, than turning it into like a block vote, if that makes sense.
Okay. Seeing no further direct responses, I'm going to go back to the new points, starting with Seneca.
Yeah, I guess I'll just generally note how I look at the policy, the society's agreement as a corporate policy. I that one makes sense to me to have both have a lot of input on. I think as an executive committee, I definitely understand. I mean, I guess the GBDA point is a good one, Delaney. I reconcile that in my brain with the fact that GBDA is a satellite campus. So they're there because they represent a unique constituency from arts students, even though the GBDA program is listed under arts. ASU doesn't deal with a whole lot of satellite campus issues, whereas the GBDA, that is basically most of what they deal with. So I guess it's challenging for me to see why there should be both having a vote in all instances, because it's the same constituency. With respect to the votes, my note about it earlier from a how people vote perspective is less at like each instance of you guys voting similarly, because you don't always vote the same way. And that wasn't my point. My point was more that you can consult with your board and get this direction from your board on how to vote, right? And that can be cause for doubling votes even if you didn't do it this year. And so I wasn't trying to say you did it this year. I'm just trying to say there is an opportunity there to do that. And for items requiring unanimous approval, that can pose risks, right? Like if someone abstains, that doesn't violate a unanimity rule, but if one opposes, that can. And so I guess that's what's on my mind at the moment.
Was that your new point that you had way above?
Yes.
Okay. Jason, new point.
Sorry, I have a direct response to Seneca.
Go ahead, Megan.
I think it kind of raises the question of, like, given that COPS is a committee of council, if it's a representative body or if it's acting more like a fiduciary body, because we kind of circle back to consulting NSOC board, which is a body that's jointly composed of ASOC and BSOC members. But like from a representative standpoint, the two societies are very, very separate. Like you can go your whole undergrad basically without interacting with the other society.
Okay. New point, Jason.
Yes, so I be prepared for onslaught of text. I am going to move a bunch of amendments to this item. So first of all, and I've discussed this with Michael, I think the shift to making the deputy speaker vice chair of this committee isn't really called for, since virtually, and I'm saying this as someone who's been on the mailing list for COPS and therefore has seen all the meeting agendas. Like generally the meetings are dealing with society affairs, therefore it wouldn't be reasonably worth the time of the speaker or deputy speaker to be present for each meeting, which is what's implied by being vice chair of the committee, in contrast to its current state as non-voting member. So that's, and then I also have changes here related to the mechanism of the committee making decisions on behalf of council to make it more accountable. So so these first 2 points here, is so saying that the communication of like when a decision is being made, the president should be communicating it to councilors, and then there should be a 5-day period where that like implementation can be suspended if a third of councilors object, in which case it would be going up to a council meeting to decide on that. Yeah, this next line is just undoing the change of the deputy speaker's role, but then adding that the deputy speaker should be invited, explicitly invited to a meeting in the rare case when decisions on behalf of council are being made, because it's such a rare case that like they wouldn't normally be attending, but in that case they should be. So yeah, I'm moving those changes.
Okay, Jason's moving some changes. Can I get a seconder before we go into direct responses? Seneca seconds, and then Seneca, you get 2 direct responses, 1 to Megan, 1 to Jason.
Sure. Can I do them in the reverse order? I think that'll make it a little more. Actually, can I just save my 1 to Megan until we've dealt with the amendment, because it was before the amendment was raised?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So with respect to the deputy speaker bit, why not just leave them then as an ex officio non-voting resource? Not every non-voting resource goes. With respect to the 5-day period, sure, I guess, like, no real issue there. I mean, it is being brought to the next council meeting. And yeah, I guess my only thing there is can leave the speaker / deputy speaker as an ex officio non-voting resource member. So undo the striking of B6.
Yeah, to clarify that, yeah, that's what I am moving for, because this change was going to shift deputy speaker to being a vice chair of the committee. Now I'm saying let's keep it at non-voting resource member. That's exactly what I'm proposing.
Okay. Edward, do you recall if we had mover and seconder on the main motion, or who they were?
I would assume the mover to be you, as it was coming from cops. As for a seconder, I don't believe we ever got one.
Okay.
Seconded.
Seconded by John. So Jason, does that address your direct response to Seneca?
I responded if I think Seneca. I think I responded to Seneca.
Okay. So then, is there any other discussion on Jason's amendments, proposed amendments? Okay. Seeing no further commentary, we're going to move to a vote on the amendment. Can I get all those opposed? Okay. 3 abstentions. Would anyone like their vote noted? Okay, motion carries unanimously with 3 abstentions. And we're back onto the main motion as amended. And I believe the next person in the speaking order was Seneca again. And then John.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say nah. I completely forgot what I was gonna say because it was a direct response to Megan's comment, and then Jason moved something, so I can't remember it for the life of me.
Okay, John.
All right. So whether or not the society, actually, let me begin with respect to both present signatures needed on like society agreements and things like that. That's just a matter of who are the signing authorities for the society, and they can designate those as whoever they want. Whether or not they do consider themselves two societies, if COPS were just the committee of presidents, that would be a different matter. It would be fine. However, given that COPS is also structured as the executive committee of council, we cannot allow one constituency to have two votes. It's double the number to any other. I would ask what the presidents of, yes, I see Ellen there about to respond. I am asking directly to them, if permitted, what solutions do they see going forward in a way that we can structure this so that every constituency does have one vote.
Okay, direct response to Ellen.
Yeah, I guess I just have a question on, given that it's an executive committee of council, why do we have two votes on this council then? Both presidents have votes on this council.
I can respond.
I've got a response for
that. Go ahead, Seneca. Megan, I'll take your direct response as a general one after this.
Sorry, who's going first?
You, Seneca.
Okay, yeah, the reason you have two votes on the council is because the bylaws allow council to withhold one of the elected seats for any constituency that would have multiple societies where that society would represent a unique population of students. So technically, and in the previous iteration of the bylaws, the society only had one. So like last year, Mariko and Katie shared one vote, and the on-term society, off-term society didn't. And that didn't work too well. So then they switched to, they shared a vote, and then we just said, well, why don't we just withhold, or why don't we just not elect one of the engineering society councilors and fill that, like reserve that seat instead of going to election for the other engineering society president. So that's how it works in that case. Council works slightly differently. And that was the way we reconciled this exact same debate last year, because it resolved the issue, because council was like, there is only one society, but there are two presidents that represent unique voting demographics. How do we resolve that? We resolve that by saying there is only one on-term vote, but then the off-term vote is a reserved seat, so that both votes are preserved on council. So basically it came at the cost of an additional elected seat, which you would otherwise have.
Okay, direct response to Megan and then to John.
I'll read what I just said in the chat, just to make a note that I think that reducing it to a discussion of it's just who you pick your signing authorities to be is a deliberate misrepresentation of what a society is.
Okay, direct response, John.
I'm not going to touch on that other response quite yet, but I will move to strike the amendment of A or B, comma, the Engineering Society B. I will move to strike that amendment to keep it the way it was before. I will touch on that amendment at a later, on the response from Megan at a later time.
Okay. So can I get a seconder for the motion to strike the addition of a new 3D and revert back to the original 3C, Engineering Society A or B? Seconded by Kenneth. Is there any discussion on this?
Yeah, what I just wrote in the chat, this was litigated at council last year in March 2019. And last year, council left it as A or B, and the changes were unanimous to the procedure that I recommended in March 2019 were unanimously adopted with both engineering presidents in the room. And the reason I know they were both adopted with both engineering presidents in the room is because when one of them left, we lost quorum and someone called quorum. So it's the only reason I remember that horrible meeting.
Matthew?
I have a question about whether any changes on the floor today necessitate any further consultation with COPS before adoption, based on other things that we have in our procedures about amendment to our society's agreement.
The presidents are all on the call in the room. So I would say no need to take this back to COPS, because then we could just end up in a nice little vicious cycle where it keeps on going back and forth and everyone plays hot potato with each other. Julian is not in the call, Ina. Any further commentary on the amendment? New point to Ellen.
Yeah, I want to just say that I think for anyone looking into COPS this year, we have had a very unique year in COPS where we have spent virtually the entire year on one subject, which is the MOU between the societies and the Federation. And I think in the MOU sense, since there's a lot of points pertaining to business and staff, that requires a lot of similar opinions from the Engineering Society. But in the terms of COPS being a committee of presidents to talk about representation of students and how societies operate in different senses, I think it's valuable for both presidents to be there and voting as we both are representing different students. So I'm against this amendment.
Ellen, to clarify, when you say both society presidents need to be there, does that mean that they both need to be there in a voting capacity, or is it sufficient to have them both there regardless of who holds a vote?
Voting capacity.
Okay. Direct response, John to Ellen.
Ellen, I was wondering, do you see any other alternatives, like perhaps where both are in agreement, the votes would be carried in agreement, and where they both disagree, the vote would be against, and where there is no agreement, there is an abstention? Or any other alternatives as there may be.
To be honest, I have to think about it. I don't love the idea of if we vote differently, then we just abstain. But it requires a little more thinking on my behalf than 5 minutes.
Direct response to that for Delaney.
Yeah, Ellen sort of caught the end of my point, but I think that the decision of how to handle this going forward should not be made at this council meeting. There are students still in the middle of exams, and I think this is something that requires more thought process and look into in advance to figure out a viable solution. And I'd also like to take some time to get input from the rest of the committee of presidents on their thoughts on NSOC. We haven't really had the chance to talk with the other presidents on how they feel about the matter. And that's something I would like to have the time to run past them to make sure it creates effective working relationships going forwards.
Okay. Was that a question, Seneca? Okay. Yes, the committee did unanimously recommend the changes. If people are asking for more time, my suggestion would be that we revert to the original, which is Engineering Society A or B, and then that over the next little bit, people work together and find an alternative. But Is anyone wanting to make a motion?
There is already a motion on the floor.
Sorry. Is there anyone wanting to speak further to the motion?
Yeah, sorry, I thought it clicked to reply. I have a direct response to Delaney.
Okay.
So if you guys would like more time to consider this, the action to take right now would not be to change the status quo. It would be to maintain the status quo until we decide to make that change. So voting for this striking of the amendment would be allowing time for that change. Allowing time for you guys to have that consultation and make a decision.
Direct response, Delaney.
Thank you. Because this already was able to pass through COPS unanimously, I would only go back and ask for further consultation if this amendment failed. Otherwise, I'd like to assume that we're able to move forward with the change.
Okay, so to clarify, the amendment you're referring to failing would be the amendment to separate out Engineering Society A and B, and not the amendment that's currently on the floor to strike that change. Okay. Edward, direct response?
Yeah, so my question is, who else do we want to consult for this? Because if you already consulted the presidents at COPS, who else would you recommend consulting?
Was that a question for Delaney and Ellen?
Sorry, more towards John.
Oh, John, go ahead.
I don't know, more consultation was requested, not by me.
Direct response, Delaney, sorry.
Since COPS was already consulted, I think it would be a re-consultation with them having more time to take this back to their boards, I guess. I think it's just this conversation has likely brought up a couple more thoughts on how different society members might think about the amendment and what it actually means for representation. So I would just go with the new information to really understand what the implementation of the switch would actually be like, because right now the way we're set up at COPS is both Engineering A and Engineering B have a vote. So this is just sort of following the practice that is in place. But if the issue extends beyond that, then I'd want to have time to figure out how both A society and B society would be able to be properly represented at COPS with a vote, and what other societies might think that means for their own representation.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I see Cannon has a new point. Let me just clarify that there aren't any other new points I've lost in the chat. Nope. Go ahead, Cannon.
There's a parliamentary inquiry before that.
Go ahead, Seneca. Seneca, you muted.
Oh, sorry. I was just confirming something. So to Delaney's request, if John's amendment were to fail, then the request from the president of the room, seeing as this passed unanimously, would be to advance the motion. If John's amendment to keep it under the current language as it pertains to the societies were to pass, then the societies would like additional time to go back and consider it with COPS. Am I understanding that correctly, or do I have that backwards?
No, you have it correctly.
Okay. Direct response, Ellen?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think, or how I understood it was if it gets switched or if it goes, if this passes and it's struck to how it is currently, then we would want more consultation with COPS, was my understanding from Delaney.
Confirmed.
Okay. New point, Cannon.
Because this is going to be a tenuous thing and it could affect the relationship between societies, I would like to motion to have the voting secret ballot so everyone can vote freely without having any consequences later on.
Okay. In that case, I will ask that everyone DM me their vote or email it to me, but Teams message preferred. And John had a point.
Yes, so with regard to consulting our constituencies, I have spoken to, or rather our constituencies' governance aspects. I have asked our MathSoc Council. I got a couple responses, 3 responses, I think, and none of them seem to understand why the constituency of engineering would have 2 votes. I did explain, I believe, that they do consider themselves 2 societies. And as you guys have pointed out, it is quite often not seen external to persons in engineering that there are 2 societies functioning separately. But that was the opinion of some councillors.
Okay. Direct response. I will restate the amendment before we vote. Direct response, Delaney to John. Point of order first. John, you would like that motion seconded and supported?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get a second for John's request to move the item to secret ballot?
It was my
Cannon's
request.
I'm seconding.
Okay. Cannon moves. John seconds. Is there any discussion on this?
I think you received a point, a point of inquiry on restating the amendment and the effects of the amendment.
Yes. That was before we begin the vote, but I can restate it now. The amendment would be to remove the change to item 3, to add an item 3D to the procedure, and instead revert it back to the original 3C, which reads Engineering Society A or B. On the topic of the secret ballot vote, Jason, you had a new point.
Yeah, I'm generally opposed to things going to secret ballot. I do not think this is a justified cause for it. I think people can air their votes out.
Okay, so let's move to a vote, seeing as how there's nobody else who wants to speak about
Point of information.
Yep.
What is the threshold for a secret ballot?
I believe it's simple majority.
So should we be holding a vote on that first?
That's what I'm moving to. The vote that we're going to handle right now is whether we do a secret ballot vote. So we're moving to a vote on this, and I'll wait for the votes to tally up in the chat. If anyone wants their vote noted, please let me know.
Noted against.
Jason Small, noted against.
Myself as well.
With Matthew also noted against. Jason, for my reference, because this is a close-ish vote, how many voting members do we have in the room?
I believe 31.
Okay. I'll wait for another minute as this vote stabilizes and people stop clicking on the emo buttons. Okay, so the motion to have a secret ballot carries by majority, with Jason Small and Matthew Garretts noted in opposition. And with that, we are back onto the amendment in question. Is there any further point on this? Jason, did you have one? Or
Oh,
were we
mine was
dealing
about
with-
the secret ballot.
Okay. Seneca, what do you need explained?
I'm very confused on a lot of things at the moment. Please just proceed without me.
Will do. Delaney, you had a direct response from before to John?
I redacted it. I think. Yeah, I redacted it.
Okay. In that case, we have exhausted the speakers list. Is there any more discussion on the amendment to revert the change to 3C and 3D? John had a direct response to Megan.
Right, so I did promise a response at a later time. Here is that response. I would like further clarification as to why it is a deliberate representation of what society is, as it would be perfectly acceptable to have the chair of the board designated as the individual tasked with signing contracts, just as acceptable to having both presidents required, since there is one board.
Direct response, Megan.
Sure. So the core functionality of the society is not the board. In fact, I would probably rank the board pretty low on the core functionality of the engineering societies, because there's other things like community building events and advocacy and like external representation that are kind of the core tenets of the engineering societies, and our board just serves to kind of manage the affairs of the joint accounts, so like the C&D accounts, which are run in collaboration by both societies, whereas the like individual society bank accounts are governed by those society executives essentially. So that's why reducing the societies to a question of you can pick someone who is the signing authority who would represent all of the students. If our board was structured like that, which it isn't, but theoretically you could, but in reality, that's not what the engineering societies are.
Direct response, John to Megan.
Right, so to be perfectly clear, I'm not suggesting that the societies, Engineering Society A and Engineering Society B, are in any way lesser of societies for having that separation. In a similar manner, in no way would I reach into Engineering Society and force the two societies to become one thing. I'm just trying to prevent that from reaching out into WUSA as a whole and giving essentially one constituency double the votes. That is all I'm trying to do here.
Okay, so I don't see any more. Okay, one more from Seneca, new point, and then we're going to move to a vote. I'm exhausting the speakers list.
Okay, thanks. So I guess I've got a quick question here. And I hope you'll tolerate some direct responses from committee chairs of more representative committees, because I don't really have any, right? Budget committee, IFC, those aren't representative committees. They're trusteeship committees for our budget or our funds. I know historically there's a lot of mixed ways we approach the Engineering Society because they operate so differently. And even as it's inequitable, I guess engineering is still a very large faculty and gets a lot of seats. And so if we're operating COPS like a Senate, in that case, one person, one vote, yeah, it's complicated. But in 95% of what COPS does, it is not operating on stuff. Like there's been like 3 things they've decided on behalf of council or fewer all year long. So I can definitely, like, I've got a very mixed feeling on this, I guess. And I'm curious from the other committee chairs, how is that split up? Is it, does A and B, is it A and B get a vote, or is it A or B get a vote? And then I'm also, you know, I guess I'm torn on this, and I'm looking for some understanding, because the historical context, knowing that our first constitution specifically separated out Eng A and Eng B as subdivisions that were both recognized as being parts of the Engineering Society, that inclines me to support giving them both a vote. But I'd be curious how we tolerate it on other committees and how we treat it there. And I'm also curious what the role of COPS is. Is the role of COPS to be a representative of the same way council is, or is it to be a close approximation, knowing that we can't have perfect representation and simultaneously have everyone in the room, right? If it was a purely representative committee, we wouldn't have, like, you can't have fractional people in the room. Some faculties wouldn't even get, or some colleges wouldn't even get representatives. So I think we're already overweighting votes at COPS. And the point is to be a discussion forum. And if that's the case, then there's value in having both societies' votes. If that's not the case and it's purely representative, then we have other overrepresentation issues to address as well. And that's kind of where I'm torn. So I'm looking for some guidance on that from other committee chairs in terms of how they handle it on like EAC and Co-op Students Council.
Any response to that? Not hearing from Matt, I'm going to allow John to directly respond.
Yeah, so the difference between those committees is that EAC and CSE are not the executive committee of council. If we end up moving in the direction of the policy amendment initially proposed, then I will have to ask that we task PPC with the process of separating the duties of COPS from those of council's executive committee. That will be a very long and very sticky procedure that I do not suggest we enter.
Okay, Matt asked for the question to be restated. My understanding is the question is asking how Engineering Society A and Engineering Society B are handled on different societies, or sorry, different committees like EAC and CSC, where they both are members, and the committee is a bit more representative than other ones that we have.
I already stated for EAC, where they both have voting seats. That was not previously the case, but given that NSOC tends to have active participation of both executive teams anyway, it was very odd to not have both of them have a vote, considering that they were both actively discussing and bringing opinions to the table. With Co-op Students Council, my understanding is that it is an alternating vote, but I could be mistaken, and I would have to look back in the procedures to make sure.
Okay.
Point of information, Michael.
Yep.
How many voting members of the committee are there? 16, right? By my count, if there's 4 colleges, all the faculties, and yourself.
Yep.
Okay. And then I guess a follow up there. If you can double check my math, in the event that both societies were to have their votes, then the margin for a single vote to be the passage threshold is like 12.5%, right? It's 2 out of 16. So if there were a case where something failed by 1 vote, in your estimation as a governance officer, would a 5-day promulgation review period permit sufficient threshold for councilors to realize, oh, look, this only passed because there were 2 votes. We can overturn that if we don't like it and give the opportunity for review.
It depends on how attentive councilors are and if they care about their jobs. But if there's anybody who does, yes.
And can you also set another point of information that I've got?
Yep.
Are the colleges and other campuses constituencies overrepresented with respect to their votes based off the proportion of students on main campus versus colleges and satellite campuses? Like, are we giving them too many votes too? And should we be discussing removing their votes if we're going to talk about removing or not adding the second society vote?
If we're talking direct proportionality, then many people are overrepresented. I think that only maybe science would be fairly represented if we're doing like proportionality for like 1 vote, 1 person. Okay. Having exhausted the speakers list and handled that point of information from Seneca, we are going to move to a vote on this. The vote is on the amendment to remove the change that would give each engineering society president a vote on the committee of presidents. I would ask that you please message your votes to me at this time.
Message over Teams or like how?
Message over Teams, please. I need a pencil.
How do we message on Teams?
If you can't figure out Teams, you can email me, but you should be able to click on the chat function on the side.
Or press his face, and there is a message Michael Boschman thing that comes up. Or hover over his face.
Does
Click
that
my
work in
face.
real life too?
I found it. Thank you.
You can try it, John. I am currently sitting on 21 votes. I might be missing a couple. Did anyone email their vote to me? added. Okay. I am waiting for one email. Okay, and confirming. Okay. By a vote of 10 to 9 to 5, 10 in favor, 9 against, 5 abstaining, the amendment carries, and we are back onto the main motion as amended. I got another email that should be 1096, Jason.
Michael, did you see my vote?
Yes. Hold on. I just got it. So that changes. Hold on. I got a couple more votes via email and on Teams just now. So let's recount this. Everyone from whom I have received a vote. Guy Brodsky, Colin, Megan Town, John Philip Hunt, Matthew Douglas John Garretts, Jason Small, Edward, Caroline, Delaney, Sebastian, Cannon, Catherine, Ellen, Alexandra, Nikki, Zara, Ina, Steph Yemo, Matt Schwartz, Abigail Tate, Rebecca Drageson, Michelle Gisbrecht, Andy Wren, Amanda Fitzpatrick, and Seneca Velling. If you didn't hear your name, send me a message now. Let's cut it off at 4:00 p.m.
Which Catherine was it that you listed off?
Catherine Dong.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Okay. I have received a couple more votes. And assuming there are no more votes coming, I have also received Victoria and Mackenzie's votes. And with all the votes tallied, I have a vote count of 11 for, 11 against, and 5 abstaining. The motion does not carry.
Michael?
Yep.
Can I suggest, in light of the amendments raised by Jason that are now on the floor, that we proceed to an immediate vote on those resolve the issue, if councillors have the opportunity to object to the decisions made on behalf of council by the committee, then there's an opportunity to change it, even if they are overrepresented. Can I suggest we vote on that immediately to speed along debate if there's no opposition to that?
Assuming that there's nobody who wants to speak on the motion as amended, the amendments Jason proposed were adopted. The amendment proposed by Kenan and John was not adopted. And we are now about to vote for the Procedure 28 as amended by the Committee of Presidents and Jason's amendments. Not seeing any comments in the chat, so we're just going to go ahead and vote. Can I get all those opposed? Any abstaining? And votes noted. Please indicate your vote in the chat on Jason's comment. So far we have John noted against and Alexandra noted against.
Confirmation, what are we voting on?
We are voting on the Procedure 28 amendments, the main motion as amended.
Michael, question.
Yes, sir.
In cases of ties, does the speaker not break those?
I can respond.
To maintain the status quo?
Go ahead, Jason.
Under this, like you're thinking of what's in Robert's rules, under the specific rules that are in Procedure 9, actually, wait, no, they do say that. Actually, no, that actually is what it says. Yeah, that.
So we're out of order right now.
Okay, so the speaker's vote, I should have cast it beforehand if I had known it was going to be this close. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, having looked up the rules and knowing that I do not have to vote in the status quo, I guess that my vote is the only one that everyone will know, which is cool. I'm fine with that. I am going to vote against the amendment to break the tie. Knowing that it is what passed unanimously at the Committee of Presidents, I will be honoring that request.
So the speaker doesn't have to maintain the status quo?
Nope.
Nope. Not under our bylaws. Our bylaws are specifically clear that the speaker, since they're also a representative member, can break the tie as they feel fit. Sure. Exactly the same as the president of the Senate.
Okay, so the back to item 3.5.3.2 as amended. we had a vote ongoing in the chat. Oh boy. I'll give people just a minute to finish marking their votes on the thing.
Seneca, please don't have side chat in the chat, especially side chat relating to a foreign country.
Sorry, Jason.
I only have 19 votes on Jason's thing, so please do get your votes in.
Sorry, I lost in the chat which one we're voting on.
Look for Jason Small, vote in all caps on 3.5.3.2 as amended. It's amended with Jason's amendments and not Cannon and John's. And we are voting now on the Procedure 28 Committee of Presidents as recommended by as recommended with amendments by the Committee of Presidents in Appendix G, and with the amendments proposed by Jason Small. To clarify for everyone who's still changing around their vote, voting in favor would pass the amendments to Procedure 28. Voting against would not pass the amendments to Procedure 28, and abstaining abstains. And the votes are all still fluctuating.
Can I suggest a new thing? I don't know where I'm looking for this, and I don't know if other people feel the same way. Can we just restart the vote count?
Okay. It's a little buried in the chat now, so Jason, can you remake it, and we'll just redo it all into that one?
Yeah, thanks to you, Seneca.
How many people do we have in the room?
There were, including me, 12, 11, 23, 28 votes on the secret ballot.
And we have 25 right now, excluding you.
Mm-hmm. But we're going to do this again. So to clarify for everyone, voting in favor will adopt the amendments to Procedure 28 suggested by the Committee of Presidents and those adopted that were proposed by Jason Small. And voting against will not make any of these changes. Currently sitting at 22 votes.
Confirming this is the vote on the entire policy itself, correct?
The entire procedure, yes.
Procedure, right. I was getting some messages from people thinking they were just voting for the amendments by Jason.
Okay. No, this is for the entire procedure as amended, including those amendments that were added by Jason, because we already voted on those.
Okay, I think we can say the motion carries.
Yep. The motion carries with 12 in favor, 6 opposed, and 5 abstaining. I will take those people noting their votes above. John noted against, Alexandra noted against, Cannon noted against, Matthew Schwartz noted against. Would anyone else like their votes noted? Ina noted an abstention. Okay. With that, the motion carries, and we move on to item 3.5.4. Before we do so, I'm going to give everyone a 10-minute recess. Let's make it 11 minutes. So you guys can get up, stretch, get away from the computer, and be back in your seats at 4:25 p.m. And welcome back. Jason, do you want to do a roll call to make sure that everyone's in the room again, or just proceed?
No, assume consent, please. Assume the quorum. Just like the Senate when they vote on things.
Okay, so since I told people to be back at 4:25, everyone is back at 4:25 because people follow instructions all the time. We are now moving on to item 3.5.4, report of the director candidate screening panel. The motion Matt, is that a point of order? Okay. The motion presented below will require 2/3 approval. Be it resolved that council adopts the report of the director candidate screening panel, including procedure and policy amendments as presented in Appendix H. Can I get a mover? Caroline moves. John seconds. Should have been more on the ball, Jason. Okay. Mover and seconder, would you like to speak to this?
Nope.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak to it?
I can introduce it.
Go ahead, Jason.
So after we got directors elected, we didn't actually have an actual meeting, but we had a few-day period in which amendments were proposed in a document to these policies and procedures, just as like partly in response to council's requests and also just as a routine like debrief process. I don't think there's anything in this set of things that's really worth me bringing up, but like most of it's routine. Some of it was reflecting actual practice both this year and last year, since they were never requested last year, and since we never really had a proper debrief last year.
Okay. I have a speakers list. New point from Cannon and then new point from Matt. Go ahead, Cannon.
So in policy 56, there's it's not a change, but I'm actually curious about the way it's framed, that the vacancies of council directors may only be selected from the list of eligible councillors having been duly elected to council for the entire governing year of the office. Does that include by-elections and society designate, like society pro tempore society designation or whatever that's called?
I can speak to that, Michael.
Go ahead, Seneca.
So no, wouldn't account for by-election filling, because that is like people who fill by-elections would be able to fill vacancies on the board, because they're completing a term of office that is an elected position. The bylaws require that ex officio roles cannot fill seats on the board. So like it used to be, or we had it come up last year, where a society president was on the board as a counselor, and then they ceased as a council director, and then they ceased to be a society president because their term was done. So they ceased to be a counselor, but they were still a director, and that didn't work out. So it was meant to be narrowed to the group of elected counselors, and that was the language that was employed.
New point, Cannon. Matt, and then new point. Sorry, direct response, Cannon.
There was yeah.
So wait, who's going first?
You, go ahead.
Okay. So my question is technically I'm not elected as a councillor for this year. When I was elected in fall, I was appointed by my society. Does that make me eligible to run for the council director position if that ever happens? And could you explain on that?
Depends when it happens, right? If it's a pro tem, appointments filled by the societies are only pro tem until an election is held. So if it was pro tem and then a by-election was held and you lost the seat, no, you couldn't fill it. But if it was pro tem and then the governing year was to end because you can't hold by-elections in the winter term except for the Senate, then yes, you could fill the seat. So it depends on the time of year, which is why the language is so quirky.
I'm good. That's all I had.
New point to Matt, and then new point to John.
Yeah, I have some reservations specifically around the recommendations piece of the policy, but unless I know other people are in the are in my frame of thinking, I won't move a motion to amend at this time. My concern is just broadly that while I definitely support the idea of a self-perpetuating board, that being a board that, you know, can screen its own members and determine if they meet eligibility, we aren't necessarily at the level of a corporate board where we're going out and necessarily actively seeking people who fit certain profiles, insofar as they're bringing particularly like technical skills to the table. I think there's definitely a role to be done in screening in terms of whether people have an understanding of the role. But I wonder why we need to provide any particular commentary on people's answers rather than just presenting whether somebody is qualified or not and making that recommendation. I know that's probably not going to be a very popular opinion, so I'll leave it there, and I'll note that I'm going to vote against the policy, despite the fact that I think that other pieces of this are probably very well intentioned, and I also support pieces of them, and that it's likely to pass, but just not to create the issue of a subsidiary motion unless people broadly agree with what I've just articulated.
New point to John.
Right. I too am tired of my own voice, so I'm going to keep this very brief. I'm going to suggest language to allow council to leave a seat vacant if it wishes, as mentioned in section G8. So I'm going to move to strike shall and replace with may in the first line, and the last line, council may refuse ratification and may otherwise elect another party.
I'm sorry, what part of this are you talking about?
Section GA, council may elect Anne instead of council shall elect Anne.
Is this the policy or the procedure?
Goodness. I'm scrolling to figure that out. This is procedure 31.
I see some direct responses, so can I get a seconder first, and then I'll handle the direct responses.
Edward, John, is what on the screen match what you're requesting?
Oh, let me see. To replace shall with may. I mean, it broadly, yes, but it might not suffice for someone going back and actually keeping minutes. It's the first line to strike shall, replace with may, and the last sentence, I'll just paste that in then. My amendment is in caps. It's just to insert the word may. It's just to give council some leeway. If say I were to resign right now, that we don't have to immediately appoint a councillor director. It would just, I feel it would make sense for council that way. I spoke with Connor on the matter. I'm sure he could provide some background from the committee.
Okay, can I get a seconder for John's motion? Seconded by Seneca. And Connor and Seneca, were your direct responses in relation to what John was speaking about before he moved to motion?
No, it was to Matt.
Okay. In that case, we'll be taking discussion on John's proposed amendment. If anybody wants to say anything, please speak up in the chat right now. Connor, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm fine with this amendment. I think it makes sense, as this is already how we deal with the at-large vacancies. It does not have to be filled. So I think, in most situations you probably are filling the vacancy, but there's edge cases where it would not make a whole lot of logical sense to fill the vacancy. Like John said, if one of the councillor directors resigned at this meeting, it wouldn't make sense to be required under the procedure to fill that vacancy for the last week of the governing year.
Okay, any further commentary? Seeing none being added in the chat, I'm just going to move us to a vote on John's amendment. Can I get all those opposed? Any abstaining? And as we vote, would anyone like their vote noted?
Jason, I didn't see you note from the first line, strike shall and replace with may. I don't know if that
I
materially
don't see
affects
where
this.
there's. Sorry, I didn't see where there was shall.
If a councillor director
Did I read the wrong sentence? I think I was using the last sentence of that clause, not the first.
The last
Okay.
sentence is the one that we're replacing, that we're inserting may, and the first sentence is where we're striking shall and putting in may. One is inserting may, one is replacing shall with may.
Yeah, I'll stick that in here, right?
I don't know if that materially affects the vote, Michael.
So sorry, am I replacing anything in? So just this now? Is this correct?
You want to say council may, because council blank elect.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. I'm seeing the motion carrying with 3 abstentions. And nobody would like their vote noted, so we're back onto the main motion as amended. And we'll go back to the speaking order of Connor and then Seneca.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say in response to the previous comment, I mean, if we're making a summary and making those recommendations, I think it makes a lot of sense to include speaking to the qualifications that would make a good director. I mean, if we're excluding those, it wouldn't be as valuable. So I don't know if I really understand the concern of adding that aspect into it.
I have Seneca directly responding and then Matthew.
You might be muted, Seneca.
Oh, thanks. I was muted. I disagree on with you on the value of including that. I think we're moving towards a corporate board, and that's the whole point. Is the board for a number of years has tried to be council and board at the same time, which has confused the governance process. And the board took drastic actions when it shouldn't without consulting students on a number of things. The board was derelict of duty in previous instances, in my opinion, in previous years. I mean, letting our financial situation get to the point where it was is a clear indication of that. I think we've made a better effort to try to hire people who have acumen into those roles, and those recommendations should reflect that. So I guess in addition to Connor's objection to your points, I would raise the objection. Council specifically instructed us at the last meeting to make it by an overwhelming majority, like all but 2 people in favor, to make it a recommendation-based report and to issue the recommendations and speak to the qualifications of candidates. I'll also note the current language in the policy that exists currently prior to amendment notes that candidates specifies qualified candidates. So my view on this is that the change is consistent with what we currently have, and it best implements what council directed us at the last meeting. So that's all I've got to add.
Okay, direct response, Matthew.
Yeah, I guess the model that I would point to, rather than what this is, the direction this is going, and it's by no means the end of the world with this particular direction, is more of a green light committee, which simply ascertains whether someone is qualified or not and provides that with any additional commentary, with no additional commentary rather, to people who will vote, because inevitably the way that things are framed, I mean, you can pitch it as objective, but people take meanings away from words when they are processing that report that comes out, and when they're voting for directors. You know, if someone is qualified or if someone isn't, I think that is simply good enough to present the result of that. I don't see any problem with screening out people who the committee doesn't feel is appropriate or doesn't even understand what board is. That's my response to that. But again, not trying to actually actively change this, just prefacing why I will be voting no.
Okay. Looks like I've exhausted the speakers list. John had a clerical note to make.
Yeah, just be it further resolved that a couple times.
Yep.
I will resolve those issues post this meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. I am not seeing anybody else's comments in or asking for time to speak in the chat. So we are going to go ahead and move to a vote on the motion as amended. So including John's amendments and the council adopting the report of the director candidate screening panel, including procedure and policy amendments as presented in Appendix H. Any opposed, abstaining, and would anyone like their vote noted? Okay, this is looking like another resounding item carries, but with one opposed and one abstaining. So we can move on in the agenda to the next item. Item 3.5.5, report of the Policies and Procedures Committee. The motion will require 2/3 majority approval. Be it resolved that Council amends, as recommended by the Policies and Procedures Committee in Appendix I, the following policies and procedures. Policy 9, childcare. Policy 10, professional development. Procedure 9, meetings of Students' Council in relation to the report of the Board of Directors. Procedure 29, review of policies and procedures. Moved by Jason Small. Can I get a seconder for this? seconded by Seneca. Okay, go ahead, Jason.
Yes, so these are items that the Policy and Procedures Committee has reviewed. Policies 9 and 10 were just part of a routine review process with some minor changes and some broadening of scope made. Procedure 9, the changes are in response to Council's request on reporting attendance. This essentially fulfills half of what Council requested. The other, completion of Council's request would be to add into board procedure requirements about attendance of how that should be handled, which is a task that I thought was best left for the board chair to develop. And then procedure 29, that was also like a routine review, which I figured was well timed since we've now, over the course of the year, reviewed a whole bunch of policies and procedures that we ended by fixing up the rules of how they're reviewed. Mostly that was just changes to reflect actual practice. For the two policies, which are corporate policies, I did forward them to board for comments. I'll let Connor convey those comments.
Okay, Connor.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring up an amendment to policy 10, which is the PD one. When I circulated it to the board this past week, as it is a corporate policy, since it was undergoing some changes, and received feedback on it from our general manager. So I'd like to move to add to the end of the policy statement section of unless otherwise defined in the employee or volunteer job requirements. And then additionally, under that, something along the lines of the board of directors may adopt procedures to narrow or expand the terms of this policy at its discretion.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I also
seconded.
document the changes in the chat.
Awesome. Seconded by Seneca. The amendments in the chat or on the screen. Is there any discussion on the changes?
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of them if I may, Michael.
Go ahead.
Sure. So as noted, I'll be speaking in favor of the changes proposed by the chair of the board. With respect to the child care policy, in terms of job descriptions, we do have staff. So there shouldn't be an asterisk in unless. Sorry, that was me trying to make it bold, but I forgot how to do that in Teams. The unless otherwise defined in the employee and volunteer job description, we have employees who work outside of regular hours. And that is part of their job requirement. They don't work normal hours. They work in the hours that their job contract specifies, and they're compensated accordingly. If we create a system like this, this allows them to also then invoice the Federation for every expense they might have when they shouldn't have taken the job in the first place if they couldn't work those hours. And I'm not saying that we have staff that would take advantage of that, but I'd like to foolproof the policy, so to speak. With respect to the addition of the sentence, Board of Directors may adopt procedures to narrow or expand the terms of this policy at its discretion. I'm just going to be entirely frank here. From the financial position I described earlier, I don't think the corporation is in a position to be funding every single out of standard hours commitment requirement for salaried staff. Salaried staff are just that. They're salaried. If they have work outside of regular work hours, they need to figure out how to make time for it, and we will reimburse reasonably. But genuinely, we can't afford to pay for everything. And so the board of directors has to have the capacity to narrow it. And then in terms of expansion of the policy, that's just reading into it, right? The policy is pretty broad, and giving the board the permission to read into it can also help staff in other areas. Okay, so if it's outside of normal work hours, say IT has to come in for an emergency on the weekend and needs to take care of their kids, right? Like reading into it for case-specific things is important. So I think the additions proposed by the chair are meaningful. And then with respect to the professional development one, our general manager also requested that we change from staff and dedicated volunteers to dedicated staff and volunteers, because there was some there was worry that there might be staff who would read into that and take away a negative impression. So at any rate, hopefully these changes are found amenable to the rest of council, but I hope I made it clear as to why the board should be afforded these rights.
Jason, direct response.
Just about the staff and dedicated volunteers thing. The thing is, the reason it's worded that way is actually to qualify like volunteers. Like the point is, it's not supposed to apply for every sort of volunteer. It's supposed to apply for the subset that have been defined in the definition section as dedicated volunteers. That's what that means. And your change of words like messes up that definition. Like the whole point is it applies to all staff and a portion of volunteers.
Understood. Ignore the professional development item then.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further discussion on this amendment. Matt, new point? Okay, not an amendment. So we have no more discussion occurring on the amendment. And so we're going to move to a vote. Can I get all those opposed to the amendment proposed by the chair of the board? Any abstaining? And all people wishing their votes to be noted, please indicate. Jason Small noted an abstention. Seneca Velling noted in favor. Okay, the motion carries unanimously with a couple of abstentions. Jason Small noted an abstention and Seneca Velling noted in favor. We're back onto the main motion as amended, with be it resolved that council amends as recommended by the Policies and Procedures Committee in Appendix I the following policies and procedures, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. There was a new point from Matthew. It's the same as the question you referred to before.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
I had a brief question, more readability than anything. On procedure 9, section 3, subsection 6, clause C. The way I read this is kind of ambiguous, and just trying to think of future people who might come in and talk about suspensions. I don't know whether this clause explicitly says that after 2 suspensions, the suspension goes into force permanently, or whether the policy goes into force permanently.
This is that you're talking about a different motion. There's a different procedure 9 amendment later in the agenda.
Oh, very fun. Well then, never mind.
Never mind on that question. And I haven't seen any other comments, questions. So if you do have them, throw them up in the chat now. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion as amended. Any opposed, abstaining, or wishing their votes noted should speak now. Okay, looks like the motion is carrying unanimously with no abstentions. So we approve it and we move on to the general orders. Item 4.1, amendments to procedure 9 regarding policies. Be it resolved that Council amends procedure 9, meetings of Students' Council regarding policies and temporary suspension thereof, as presented in Appendix J, submitted by Seneca Velling. Can I take you as the mover?
Oui, oui.
I'm sorry, I don't speak French. Can I get a seconder?
Yeah.
I'm sure you meant da.
Comrade.
I still need a seconder.
I'll do it.
I got Matthew in the chat. Thank you. Seneca, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still laughing about Jason saying I'll do it like it's the worst thing in the world to second my motion.
That was me.
Oh, shit.
It was John.
Sorry, Jason.
And I agree, it is the worst thing in the world.
All right. My apologies. I had a bit too much in the way of drinks. All right, so.
Strike that from the record, please.
No, what are you talking about? I'm drinking plenty of water. Okay, so the motion is for board to have the capacity to suspend procedure. Generally, BOD needs some capacity to suspend policy. Generally, the BOD needs some capacity to suspend policy rather than just ignore it. And I say ignore it in cases where like compliance would put us in non-compliance with law or statute, regulation, or university policy, right? We need some capacity to not just ignore something, but actually suspend it and come back to council and say, hey, this has to change because there's been changes in the regulatory environment in which this lives. To that end, I suggested some amendments that would permit the board to make temporary suspensions to policy, something that already exists in procedure, but would now allow general discretion on the part of the board, subject to a 2/3 majority, to do the adoption. Now that would then only be suspended until the next council meeting. If at that point council said, you know, those two things don't really contradict one another, you shouldn't have suspended it. No, it's going back into force. Well, then the board needs to figure out another solution, or needs to talk to its lawyer about what a reasonable interpretation is and come prepared to defend itself at council better down the line. But that's the responsibility of the board as good fiduciaries and stewards of the corporation. So that's kind of what factored into here. Then when I submitted it to Jason noted that we shouldn't lose the capacity for council to also temporarily suspend a policy if it sees fit, at the recommendation of whatever committee or executive is that pertains to. And so Jason suggested re-adding that, and so Jason and I went back and forth and discussed it and kind of landed on this model where a temporary suspension can happen by the board subject to the next meeting of council, and then council can also suspend a policy at its meetings, but notwithstanding any of that, the same provisions apply. You can't suspend something for more than 2 months, and if it's been suspended more than twice, then then you really need to council either needs to get rid of it or come up with a better solution, right? It can't just continue to indefinitely suspend something, because that's going to lapse into policy non-compliance at some point when someone forgets to go back and forth between the bodies. So this was a solution that I came up with. I don't know that you necessarily find it an elegant one, and I don't know if it's clear but I hopefully it is.
Matthew, as seconder, you have the first right to speak, and then we'll take Jason.
Sure. I guess I just have two questions. Well, one question and one comment. I'll start with the question. On the 2-time limit on suspension of policy, say you need to suspend, a policy once in one area and another time in another area and a third time in a third area, and you're not suspending the particular policy for the same item. Would board potentially be precluded from acting upon that, even if the particular clause that they're interested in has been remedied in the past? Does that make sense?
May I respond? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I think it does. May I respond to that, Michael?
Go ahead.
So that's why I noted I made temporarily suspended policy, but I added in part or in whole with respect to the previous version. So if board wanted to do a provisional suspension, like, we're suspending just section 5G of this policy, I don't know, I'm pulling something out of my ass, then you couldn't suspend policy section 5G more than 2 times. But you could suspend 5H alternatively, right? And so that was meant to narrow it. Now, if the whole policy is puts us in a non-compliant position with the regulatory environment, then yeah, we'd need to suspend that multiple times. But and that was kind of how I was reconciling that. If you don't think I've done that in a consistent way, I don't know if you have an alternative that might read better. I thought the in part or in whole reconciled that, but I don't know. It seems like maybe that wasn't clear. I'm not sure.
No, that makes sense, just so long as people are on the same page on that. I guess I had 3 points, rather. Oh, never mind, that was my first point. I only have 2. My second point is just, it seems we're going down the road of starting to have, this categorization of corporate policies where council is restricting the particular actions of the board. And insofar as I think I do support in principle the suspension of policy, because sometimes board does need to suspend policy and take action. And even though I differ on where the level of prescriptiveness corporate policy should have, my worry, and it's a small worry with this, is what would happen if board were to suspend a policy to take an action that is not reversible, signing a contract that would go against policy or that they felt came from a conflicting policy, and then council came back and said that their actions were inappropriate. I know you have this indemnity clause in there, but how would you imagine something like that playing out? I guess it is a question.
May I respond to that as well, Michael?
Go ahead.
So that's why I added the indemnity provision. At the end of the day, if the board is suspending it and needs to take an action, my hope, I guess, as stewards and trustees whose job it is to uphold the policies, and the president and the chair specifically being responsible for doing so, if the board were to suspend one, it is doing so under advisement from the appropriate council, right? Everything the board does, really realistically, is done under appropriate advisement. We definitely haven't been bashful about asking our lawyer questions for the last number of years, as far as I'm aware, and nor our auditors at that point. So I guess from my perspective, I think if we were doing it, it's for a really damned good reason, and that we'd be suspending it, and we should be able to defend that to council. We shouldn't be doing something that wouldn't be defendable. Now, if it was done, there really isn't a recourse there, right? Because there is that indemnity provision unless we removed it. But I think even if we removed it, we'd probably be in a weird situation. Like, council can't sue the board the same way, I guess. Well, I'm trying to think of, like, a Republican government you can have one house sue another, or one house sue the state. But I think for how that plays out, I think the board should seldom use it, and should use it only to the extent that they can't reasonably convince council to amend the policy for another means. But at the end of the day, if a policy were putting us in a non-compliant position with the regulatory environment, the board would have to ignore the policy anyways under policy 0. So I'd rather we don't just ignore policies. I'd rather we consciously suspend them, know what we're doing, decide, okay, we've suspended the policy, now we're going to do X, and we have to recommend changes to the policy to be compliant because as it stands, we are not compliant with this. And I didn't want to just give blanket permission to, amend policies to be compliant, because that felt like a very protected power of council. The council would not be willing to part with. And so this was how I could best reconcile that. I'm not sure if you have suggestions on maybe narrowing the capacity for council to suspend a policy, but I note that the only times we've ever used it and that the board has ever asked an executive to come to council and say, please ask for this to be suspended, was the commercial operations policy as it pertained to the environmental sustainability sections on plastic water bottles. And that was the only time that we've really ever had that come up. So I don't think it's something we realistically do very frequently, even as executives, where we could make that motion and present that to council. I hope that explains it. But if there's a way to narrow that to your satisfaction, I'm more than happy to put that in there, because I wouldn't want it to get abused.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we had Jason Newpoint.
Yeah, so what I was actually about to raise is the same sort of issue of board being able to do like irreversible stuff that way. And my suggestion of how to reconcile that is that I'm going to move to amend such that board suspend. I want to make amendments such to make the requirement for board to suspend to be unanimity rather than a 2/3 majority, as I think that's an appropriate threshold for board to overrule council in such a way.
Michael, may I respond to that?
We have a motion. Can I get a seconder?
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Seneca. Go ahead and respond, Seneca.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to making a unanimity provision. I mean, for the same token, bylaws, we can skirt the normal council has to approve and consult section of the bylaws if all directors agree. And the point of that is that council directors can be the stewards for when that consultation threshold is worth mitigating in order to comply legally. So I'm okay with a unanimity provision, I suppose. I guess from my only note to council, and I would hope council agrees with me on this, is that it is not an affirmative unanimity. It is unanimity in the sense where you have silence is in the same way it is in any other voting case on the board, or even at our council meetings right now, where silence on a question or abstention doesn't count against the adoption. Because there might be the case where a director abstains from a matter of conscience or isn't there, and I wouldn't want that to be the reason we couldn't comply with something. So as long as the understanding is that an abstention does not count as a no vote, only a no vote counts as a no vote, then I'm all for the unanimity provision. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Jason. I'm glad you agree on that interpretation.
Okay. So with that in mind, I don't see any further items in the chat. Does anybody else want to speak? So I don't see anything. So we're going to move this to a vote. Can I get all those opposed, abstaining? Anyone want their vote noted? Please mark your votes on Jason's comment. Okay, so we're looking at unanimous with 3 abstentions, and nobody wants their vote noted. So the motion carries, and we move on to item 4.2, amendments to procedure 24.
That was a vote on the amendment, not on the motion.
Oh, sorry. The amendment carries. So now we're back onto the main motion as amended. Thank you. And we require a vote. Is there any more commentary? I'm not seeing any. So we're going to move to a vote. And I get all those abstaining, opposed, anyone want their vote noted? Okay, I'm seeing more unanimous approval. So we pass on that motion. And now we move on to item 4.2. Item 4.2, amendments to procedure 24. Be it resolved that council amends procedure 24, volunteer appreciation, skill development, and team building as presented in Appendix K. Seneca Velling submitted. Can I take it as the mover? I'll assume yes. And can I get a seconder? Seconded by Matt. Seneca, do you want to introduce?
Sure. So the procedure 24 amendments are meant in a couple ways. They're a general update to our categorization of volunteers, knowing that the previous version basically indicated that, the previous version basically said that society presidents didn't put in a lot of time and therefore weren't considered highly engaged volunteers, which I think is incredibly far from true, and was something that was complained about by a number of society presidents last year. So it was something I made sure to fix in this version. I included the changes with directors, knowing that the bylaws have changed and trying to make that compliant. I've updated things generally for senators and governors, as that was an area that the organization expressed interest in last year and continue to this year. I've updated things based off of budgeting, knowing that sometimes we budget for less than the total, right? Like the budget, technically we can't award more than the caps, but we have, if we budget less than that, then you can't award more than the cap, but you can award less than the cap. And so the budget is the ultimate cap on all of the appropriations that are given out in the form of honoraria. Noting that director attendance was important to council, and one of the conditions on which we had approved those bylaws, I made sure that the any director honoraria were based on attendance at governance meetings, including board, council, and committees thereof. And I included council there because the chair of the board, for instance, and council directors can sit on council, and so that is an important area. The number and scope of committee assignments undertaken by the volunteer. And then that they get awarded by the president and the applicable chairperson jointly. This also then includes chairpersons of certain committees that have been seriously engaged. I know in previous years we have awarded honoraria to chairpersons, but they're not included in the procedure at all. And so that was something I made sure that we included chairpersons and vice chairpersons where they commit those dedicated hours. And then general updates that were recommended by our campus life department. I also updated the budget section, not content-wise, just organization, because it read really poorly. In terms of categorization, I've classified as category 1, so the most engaged listed volunteers as service coordinators if they're not part-time staff, commissioners if they're not part-time staff, society presidents, the chair of the board, speaker and deputy speaker of council if not the president, and secretary of the corporation if not the VP operations and finance. For category 2, I outlined the service execs, society executives if they're not categorized elsewhere. So i.e. if they're not, like the society presidents, category 1, category 2 would be the society executives unless their society chooses to categorize them elsewhere. The vice chairs of committees, if they're not part-time staff. Welcome week coordinators, counselors. In category 3, counselors, directors, recording secretaries, and other governance volunteers. In category 4, I've rededicated category 4 to be about participants in university level committees, so senators and student members of university committees that are appointed by the feds. Category 5 is now club executives, because that's more applicable really than society executives. Society executives put in a ton of time and energy, and I wanted that to be reflected in the actual procedure to respect the amount of work that they put in, because they bust ass. In terms of category 6, service volunteers and committee members, and category 7, service volunteers that have to get a specific training, like CRT members for CPR and AED trainings, and general first aid, OCC dons, GLOW and Women's Center peer support, mates. Those are examples of specialized volunteers, right? So that's what was reflected in that section. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Okay, so the speaking list has Ken and Jason.
So my question is, what's the difference between volunteer extravaganza and the dinner appreciation dinner?
Sure, the volunteer appreciation dinner. The extravaganza is that one-time termly event where everyone can come and everyone's invited. Like most of the applicable category of volunteers are invited. Sometimes other categories are invited if we have an appropriate budget. The service executives get taken out to dinner at a restaurant as a team, not as all volunteers. Does that make sense as a distinction?
Yep, that works. Yeah. Also, just a follow-up, if that's okay, Michael.
Go ahead.
Like, are there any cases where commissioners might not be part-time employees and just volunteers? And once these service coordinators become because we already approved that they will be part-time staff going forward in fall. So will there ever be a case where they might not be a part-time staff and just be a volunteer?
So that's a great question. On the first note regarding the commissioners, so commissioners and service coordinators, on all cases where those things are brought up, the bylaws are very specific that it is either volunteer or part-time. Sorry, or volunteer or student staff, I believe is the language. At any rate, it's open to both, and so it really depends what council is willing to budget. You know, we can adjust a fee for something, but if council refuses if your successors were elected and refused to pass a budget where commissioners got part-time salary, okay, well then we're not paying them part-time salary. We got to, something else. We're going to figure something else out, and so I'm just making sure that we cover all of our bases. Now, realistically, we always budget for that, and that's not an area where people have objections typically, because the work output for part-time staff is particularly good in most cases, particularly for the commissioners. So with respect to the service coordinator, same sort of thing goes. I mean, you can adjust a fee for something, but really the understanding when you adjust a fee is that you're adjusting the total fee. The intent is that you adjust it for that purpose in the subsequent governing year. But there's no general requirement that that be done. Now, the budget committee does respect council's wishes on that, but ultimately council budgets the money. If council says we collected it and we're going to spend it here because that's where we damn well please, then that's where we're going to spend it. That's what council said. You're elected to make those decisions. So I'm covering our bases because theoretically council could say, I don't really care what so-and-so said, my predecessor, that's not where students want their money spent. I got elected to do this. I'm going to choose to put it there. And that's your prerogative. So I'm just keeping it open. And realistically, there could be a case where that happens. Do I think it will happen? No, not really. But is it good to have a procedure done properly for completeness? Yes. And that's kind of my intention. Does that answer your question, Kenan? Excellent, thanks.
Okay, Jason?
Yes, thank you. So I am going to, of course, get into the topic now of director honorariums. At this point, I'm not going to try to argue that directors shouldn't get honorarium because I know that has been decided. However, I am going to talk about the amount. Specifically, and yes, I am saying this with full understanding that these caps are a maximum including basic and additional, so therefore would represent the more dedicated of directors that engage in more committees. But still, so taking the proposed $500 per term cap, that equates to 9 minimum wage hours per month. And the way I see it is that actually starts to approach actual compensation for time spent, which I think is an inappropriate model for director honorariums, considering councils aren't getting an honorarium, considering nature of the role. I don't think even with the exclusion of part-time employment for the organization, I don't think paying close to actual time spent is appropriate. So instead, I'm going to propose an amendment to set the cap to 200 per person, which corresponds to 3.5 minimum wage hours per month.
I object to the consideration of that motion.
Do you want to provide a reason?
Sure. I think this has been litigated 3 times now. It has come up at committee and we've discussed it there. It has come up at council. We litigated it at council and talked about the financial barriers. And it came up and was debated at the general meeting. I understand that this is now you've made it about the dollar amount, but the justification you just provided for that dollar amount was very similar to those same justifications provided at the last meetings, that it's not fair to differentiate between councilors and directors in that regard, and that the work you don't think is worth that. Well, we have litigated that 3 times. I am not.
We have never made a decision on the actual amount.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. I'm not going to litigate that again, and I don't really care that it's now being presented in the form of an amount as opposed to a general disagreement. I'm opposed to the consideration of the item. I mean, councilors can feel free to consider it notwithstanding my objections, but I don't think we should bother redebating this a 3rd time, even though it's presented in a slightly alternate format.
Jason, I'll give you a chance to defend your motion.
Yeah, I think at no point has council formally approved a given amount or even an approximate idea of what the amount should be. The only thing that council supported is that there be an honorarium. So I think the idea that the amount that you propose is automatically what council obviously supports, that needs to be established through this motion. So I think my amendment is very well in order to be considered.
Okay. I'll let the council decide on this. So I need a seconder.
+1 647 217 7243
is now joining.
Can I get a seconder? And point of information to Cannon. Seconded by Megaton.
Okay, just wondering, is it a conflict of interest for the incoming directors to be commenting on this?
Declare it and see how I roll.
I will.
Okay, if you're an incoming director, I would expect that you abstain from voting, but you can participate in discussion.
So the vote currently is on the consideration of the question.
We are not voting on the consideration of the question. I am allowing it to proceed to the assembly, and it was seconded by Megan Tan. Is there any discussion on the motion? Megan, would you like to speak to it as a seconder?
No, thank you.
Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I will just say that looking at the actual hours that the directors are expected to spend, 3.5 might encompass, half of or maybe a more generous 3/4 to a full regular meeting, but I'd say we average maybe half to a full special meeting a month. That doesn't include any participation on committees. I don't know that the 3.5 part-time hour reference made is particularly accurate. I would definitely say it tends more, and that's even before considering that we have eliminated a couple of director positions. So those people will be spread much more thinly across more committees and probably spending even more time than people have been already. So I'm in opposition to this motion.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak?
Question, has a ruling been made on the consideration of the motion?
Yeah. Ruled that it will be allowed to be considered.
Sure, I have another comment to make, I suppose.
Yep, go ahead, Seneca.
So, you know, most directors have 2 committee assignments at least, maybe a few more, but let's say 2 at a minimum. And most of them work 1 to 3 hours per meeting. Each of those meetings goes roughly 1 to 3 hours. So let's say 2 hours per meeting, and lowball it. And you meet every 2 to 3 weeks. So let's say, 2.5 weeks. And then on top of that's 10 hours per period of per like 15 hours per month. Plus you have 4 hours or 5 hours of meetings every month. Plus you have special and emergency meetings every month, multiple of them sometimes. Like right now with COVID, the directors are putting in a ton of work. The directors have met probably 6 times in the time that council's met twice, right? And the directors also have you're missing the entire liability perspective here. Directors have a considerable amount of liability. If the federation can't pay wages, it's not you who is liable or any of the other councillors. It is the directors. And so part of this is not just their recognition of their hard work and energy, is a recognition of the actual liability that goes into the things that they're doing. In no world do I think a service coordinator puts in more energy or has more liability than a director. I think they put in an equal amount. And so I guess to draw a parallel there, I see that as completely unfair to a director in the amount of work that they do. And I know that societies might have directors as well. And so you might be thinking, hey, my directors don't do that much relatively. But directors for the feds work very differently than directors for the societies. And there's a humongous amount of liability that they're responsible. And the committees they're on, move hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars, oversee our administered plans, and we have one committee that by itself is a trusteeship board for our health plan. And the voting of directors on that committee makes a humongous difference because they're jointly liable for the plan and as fiduciaries to the corporation. So I think I'd be strongly opposed to capping it at 200. I'll also note the current procedure says up to 500. So it doesn't have to be 500. It just puts the same threshold. It makes the threshold commensurate to what we use for service coordinators. And I think having a commensurate threshold is fair.
Okay. Any other commentary? I don't see anything in the chat, so we're going to go ahead with the vote on the motion. Can I get all those opposed, abstaining, voicing their vote? Megan Town noted an abstention. Canon Sharma noted an abstention, and we have Edward Yang noted an abstention. The motion fails. John noted an abstention as well. The motion fails 2-5 with the remainder abstentions, looks like. So we're back onto the main motion as amended. Jason Small noted in favor. Jason, you have a point?
Yes, I do. So I would like to bring up an additional matter on this subject, specifically the idea that that while I agree, like attending meetings is a good base qualifier to put on honorariums, as in if you don't attend any meetings, you shouldn't get any honorariums. I think it is something that could happen, that someone like basically attends or even just calls into meetings and then doesn't actually do anything, and doesn't engage at all outside of meetings. And I think such a person should not be getting an honorarium. Therefore, I'm proposing this new amendment whenever it appears, to add to the set of guidelines, the president and applicable chairperson may jointly decide not to award all or part of the base and/or additional honoraria to a volunteer in the event that this volunteer does not reasonably engage with their responsibilities, even if they are attending meetings.
So Jason, you want to move that motion? Okay, can I get a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Stephanie Yumo. And Stephanie, do you want to speak to this?
I think it's reasonable to, I guess, be able to have that kind of stipulation within there. Yes, it's fairly easy to show up to meetings and not engage. Seen it a bunch of times, especially when things are online. You can easily just mute yourself and sit there. So yeah, I do think it's useful to have that stipulation in place. I do want people who are actually putting the work in to not be getting like the same reward as other people who don't do things.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
I have some comments.
Go ahead, Seneca.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi is being a little buggy. So I guess generally I see there's an opportunity for risk here. And this seems very similar to me in the consideration of the removal of Director Parmar. With the motion that Councillor Sharma submitted, there were concerns from our end that asking for reporting on attendance was problematic. And well, I think the chair and president can reasonably be the shot callers on that. And since they're the people to enforce compliance with things anyhow, I'm not opposed necessarily. I just see a significant opportunity for risk based on, if council, I don't know, but just generally based on awarding different amounts to different people on a subjective basis gets very tricky very quickly, and I'm trying to avoid any opportunities for a litigious issue. Now, nobody's entitled to anything, so I guess at the end of the day, if we can do it for coordinators, we maybe can do it for directors. I just know that it was the opinion of our lawyer that there's more risk when reporting those to council. So I suppose if council is willing to forego any reporting of the active engagement in meetings or committees to council, then fine, but the procedure as it stands would require the president, applicable chairpoint person, provide requisite documentation to council supporting their awarding of the honoraria for any governance folks. And my concern there is that this would then mean the chair and president then have to report on that volunteer's engagement, which poses serious legal risk in the eyes of our lawyer and was part of the reason that the original motion that Councillor Sharma submitted on requiring not just attendance to be reported, but speaking to the active participation of directors, why that got changed by council at the last meeting to just be reporting the attendance to avoid that legal risk. And so that's my only concern with this. And I don't know what more to say. I think there's a serious risk.
Okay. Edward retracted. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this? Okay, I don't see any further commentary from anybody. Oh, Steph, direct response to Seneca.
So I have a question for Seneca. With regards to the risk, like, what's kind of like the most, I guess, like what would happen, if we, like if that was ruled illegal, like what would happen to the corporation and whatnot?
I don't know. It depends how much the director's willing to push for like complaints and wants to claim that they had reputational damage or anything like that, right? Like those are subjective measures, and so it's challenging. I mean, if council is willing to not get a report from the president and chair on why the honorariums are what they are, then fine. But then council's just getting a report saying here's what they were, which doesn't give any good value information, right? If we make it completely objective, this person attended this meeting, well, that's sufficient, right? Like a director is responsible. See, the other element of this is a director is responsible for their actions, whether they vote or not. You know, the best protection a director has is to vote for or against something. If they abstain, they're implicitly supporting it if it passes, and implicitly opposing it if it fails. And so they're liable for their decisions even if they don't participate. And so with that liability, you know, they're still liable for it even if they're not actively engaging. And so that contributes to this issue. I mean, we litigated this with respect to Cannon's motion last time, and we made it so that the only thing that was going to get reported to council was not the active engagement and participation, but just the actual attendance, and whether they were late or left early or anything like that. So I mean, if council is willing to forego any sort of reporting of the honorariums to council, then fine. We can put this in there, and then it can be entirely internal, where the chair and president make a decision, and that's it. That's where the puck stops. But my hunch is that council wants a report on where these things are getting issued, because that was, you know, that's the expectation for governance volunteers. And if that's the case, then we can't report on this. That's an area I think every one of the council, like every one of the directors on the council right now, and if Connor were here, he'd be speaking to, but I know he went to dinner with his family. I think that's an area where all the directors would have to put their foot down, because there is a legal risk and it's been identified by our lawyers. And I don't know that I'm willing to say more than that. I just know that there's a risk there, and I'm acting on legal advice. So that's where I'm coming from. And that's notwithstanding my own personal views. Like I noted in the chat, I personally think the idea is a good one. And in an ideal world, I would want to do it. But I don't know that I can support it on a risk basis.
Michael, can I have a quick follow-up?
I have a direct response from Cannon first, but I can go to you afterwards.
Stephanie can go first. It's okay.
Okay, go ahead, Steph.
Okay, so like essentially, if Jason's amendment to this gets voted down, like what would be happening, just for clarification, is that like all directors would get an honorarium of up to 500, but like they're all getting the same standard amount?
No, they would get it based on their attendance and participation in committees. So if they took on more committees and attended, if they took on more committees, they'd get more. If they took, so if they took on more committees, they'd get more. If they attended, they'd get more. If they didn't attend, they'd get less. If they didn't attend their committees, they'd get less. So we're basing it off of objective standards. So it's a lot harder to litigate and complain. It's a lot harder for someone to complain and become a litigious issue. And two, there's no subjective standard that someone can say, you treated me unfairly, I want X.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kenan?
Just something to note. I believe it will be hypocritical for the council to ask for reporting here on the participation of the directors when that was not a case in the last meeting. And secondly, I would also say I don't think council should not get reports from both the president and the chair about the report on the directors. So I believe we should vote against this amendment. And
Okay.
Michael, may I speak?
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm speaking against this amendment as well for the reasons listed by Seneca and Cannon, and also the fact that it gives some monetary sway to the chairperson over the members of the committee, and I don't like the idea of someone not being willing to voice their opinion in a meeting because they're afraid of how that might affect their honorarium. This is, once again, a worst case scenario, but this is because if we forego the reporting, there is no way to justify against it based off, there is no way to refute the opinion of the chairperson, even if that was based on their opinion and their personal interactions with that member of the committee. So if we are foregoing reporting, I don't think it's wise to allow for them to have that subjective control over the honoraria.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I don't see anything being added in the chat. Oh, Cannon New Point.
something to note is, as Edward said, like we should not. It should just not be based on the chairperson's point of view, because as council did it last year or this year, I believe, that they made sure no commissioner can be a councillor anymore because the person who they serve under controls the amount of money they get, and that can sway their vote. So we should be considering that since council has already made that rule for commissioners, it should do the same here.
Okay. Jason, did I see a message from you somewhere?
No, that was me thinking we were getting a vote and then we weren't.
Okay. In that case, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I'm not seeing anything. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move to a vote on the amendment. Jason, can you put it in the chat? All those opposed, abstaining, please note so. And anyone wishing their vote to be noted, please also note that. John Hunt noted an abstention. Cannon noted an abstention. And it looks like we have voted it down. So since we voted it down, move on to the next item. No, so back to the main motion. And we have Megan Town.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So for category 4 in section A, definition of volunteer categories, it's noted that these individuals would commit several hours per week, whereas all the other categories apply a numerical value. So I'm wondering what the reason is for that. And then I have a second question, which is for category 3 volunteers. In the table under the volunteer appreciation section, there's a change from nothing to $100 per person per annum of gift or swag for category 3, which seems to be a pretty substantive change, and I'm wondering about the motivation behind that as well.
Seneca, do you want to respond?
Sure, happy to respond. So with respect to the category 4 question, the reason there's not a definitive there is because it very much varies if you're a senator, a governor, both, because you can only governors permitted or the senators, or say just a committee person. So the various was to encapsulate that, but that there was that, again, there's discretion there on the part of the president and how those play out for governance volunteers, and at the recommendation of the VPSL, who oversees the administration of volunteerism in the organization. So the VPSL makes a recommendation to the president on those sort of things, or the applicable chairperson. With respect, and it's just so that senators can participate in our, like, so that we can take the senators out for a dinner or something like that at the beginning of the term, or for conferences. We wanted to organize a conference for senators this year that never ended up happening, but we wanted to do a kind of a caucus conference with the president. I actually don't know if Michael ended up doing that, but maybe. I don't know. With respect to category 3, the change to $100 per person per annum, that was based on, so notably that's almost commensurate with the $30 per person per term of the the society's services, everything else. $100 per person per annum, not per term, is because we've traditionally gotten, like we got this year, we got t-shirts for the commissioners and councilors, and those are usually budgeted for, but those were never provided for in the procedure. So I just updated it to reflect our real budget practices. Like, we budget for swag for governance volunteers, t-shirts for the elections teams. We got jackets for the directors this year. We got t-shirts for councilors and commissioners, and that's all that represents. And I did it on a per annum basis because while service coordinators and even some society presidents are termly, most directors and councilors and similar are annual. Does that make sense, Megan?
Does that make sense, Megan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Again, not seeing anyone else in the chat. So we're going to advance to a vote on the main motion. Can I get all those opposed, abstaining, and votes noted?
Actually, point of inquiry, given my position as deputy speaker, am I expected to refrain from this vote?
No, you'll already be awarded an honorarium for this year. This is affecting next governing year because it can't go into force until 01 May 2020 anyhow, because that's when the new directors take office. It cannot affect current directors. So there's no conflict of interest for anyone who's a director and graduating either.
Okay. For the record of people in the room, I'm declining any honorariums anyways, but I just wanted to check.
You're going to have to cut a check back to us then, because I'm putting it in Workday.
You can't make me cash it.
It actually direct deposits to your bank account linked with your with your payment through Quest. So if you ever paid tuition in any way electronically, it'll direct deposit to your account, or it'll credit your Quest account. And there's no way to undo that. Unless you want to donate it to UW for the academic mission.
Can I make donations to WUSA?
Make a donation to the Student Life Endowment Fund.
But anyways, we have John Hunt noted an abstention, Megan Town noted an abstention, Jason Small noted an abstention, Ken Sharma noted an abstention, Edward Yang noted an abstention, and Delaney Lindstrom Humphreys noted an abstention. And otherwise, the motion carries unanimously with 10 abstentions. Love to see it. Okay, we go back to item 4.3, Application of spring 2020 ancillary fees. Be it resolved that council endorses the decision of the president and the vice president of operations and finance regarding undergraduate spring 2020 ancillary fees made jointly with the University of Waterloo, submitted by Seneca Velling. Can I take it as the mover? Sen, you're muted.
Sorry, I responded to Yi in the chat, so yes, you can take me as the mover.
Thank you for responding. I'm gonna be the seconder for this one. And Seneca, you want to explain?
Sure. So, I mean, I think you're all well aware of the kind of position that we were in for adjusting fees. We were going to have 0 fees assessed at all because normally online students don't pay the fee worth a dime for any of us for anything. And we negotiated to have fees back on the fee statement. We worked with a collective committee or working group with the university's VP Administration of Finance, the Graduate Student Association, and the Associate Provost Students, and we approved and sent to the Board of Governors for ratification, which was delegated to the President and Provost. Those fees, we landed where we did. I mean, they weren't going to prorate fees, and so we ended up having societies who wanted prorated fees, but then settled for no fee because that was better than assessing a fee for a substantially reduced level of service. We have committed to supporting societies in that, as I noted in my presentation for finance, admin, operations, and programming over the spring term and into the fall as well. Obviously, this is less than ideal, but I don't think any of us intended to or were prepared entirely for COVID to hit, and so we've done the best that we could. I guess the only thing I'd add to that is that, you know, knowing that this was not the ideal process, we were asking the board to ratify it at its next meeting, and we'd like council to endorse the decision because, again, this really was the furthest thing from an ideal process, and we were up against really tight timelines to make all this happen.
Okay. Anyone want to talk about this? I'm not seeing anybody in the chat. Oh, Ina, go ahead.
Oh, is it me?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. No, I don't have any main point. I just want to say I want to thank Seneca for helping students promote like services and just like and this society president was in this process in the beginning or part of the process, and we understand that it's a difficult position for Seneca to argue with the university on the fee statements, and we really appreciate what Seneca was doing for all of us.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you saying that.
And any further comments? I'm just seeing some smiley faces. And hearts. Okay, I am not seeing anything from anybody, so we're going to go ahead and move to a vote. Can you note abstention, opposition? Okay, it looks like the motion is carrying pretty unanimously with 1 abstention. And with that, we're able to move on to item 4.4, ratification of the results of the NSHOC Joint Annual General Meeting. Whereas on the 29th March 2020, the Waterloo Engineering Society held its Joint Annual General Meeting. The meeting was held completely online, and a special exception was made to the NSHOC Board of Directors to allow remote attendees to hold proxies due to the nature of the meeting. This exemption was made in the condition that all decisions be ratified by both the NSHOC Board of Directors and Feds Council, and whereas it should be noted that this motion will also ratify the increase of the Engineering Society fee from $16.75 to $17.84. Be it resolved that Council ratifies the decision made at the Engineering Society's March 29th, 2020 Joint Annual General Meeting as documented in Appendix L, submitted by Delaney and Ellen. Can I take you as the mover and seconder?
Yep.
Okay. Ellen and Delaney, would you like to speak to this? And then we'll take Megan Tan as the first new point.
Yeah, I would. So we held our joint annual general meeting, JAGM for short, online this year. And because we had to go through some rules which allowed remote attendees, because everyone was attending remotely, to hold proxy forms, we just wanted to have a second ratification of all of the results. And I combined that with the motion to ratify our society's fee increase. It was a long but good meeting. The one thing that I did want to catch really quickly that Megan pointed out to me when I submitted the update was I forgot to include the edits in chapter 4. There was just like 2 lines that weren't submitted with the rest of the updates. But I don't know if people want me to send that out. It was just chapter 4, number 6, it was adding in the word procedures and then scrapping the line for section 8.
Okay. Ellen, do you want to speak to it as well, or did Delaney cover the...
Delaney covered the gist of it. We already had the date planned and things moved online kind of too quickly to reschedule. Also, we had some stuff we had to pass. The fee increases were for CPI and for our staff salary increase.
Okay. Next we had Megan, then Seneca and Jason, but only Jason, I think, has kept his thing.
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly as an engineering student that attended this meeting. I think I just want to point out that it was an amazingly well-run meeting. I'd like to, although she's not here, I would like to thank Katie Arnold, as she was the chair of this meeting, for executing so well. I actually took some points from her how to run it into this meeting right now. And yeah, I think the change, the deviation from the bylaws was well merited given the circumstances. So I heavily support this motion.
Okay. Oh, okay. Seneca, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my only question is with respect to the fee change section, Ellen and Delaney. My recommendation was to include reference to the agreement between the Federation and the University of Waterloo's Board of Governors, not just rely on the University of Waterloo's Board of Governors. In the event that the Board of Governors ever was in a position where it allowed the Federation to adjust staff salaries independent of its normal relationships with the staff association. And so I'm curious why that didn't happen, knowing that the agreement binds, the Federation's agreement with the university binds the Federation and all of the societies. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, but it seems like I don't know, it seemed like an omission where it didn't make sense to have the omission occur, but it still went forward that way. And I'm just curious for some background on why that happened. Not that it will affect my vote on ratification, because ratification in my mind is the ratification of the process that was conducted and understanding that we were adapting to COVID. But I hope so. Just for my own personal clarification.
Yeah, I can respond to that. I was under the impression that the amendment we did to that motion was what I had discussed with you, Seneca, but perhaps I thought it was about the thing, but it might have not been, in which case That was probably just due to it being a 10-hour meeting, and I'll have to go back and read the minutes.
Totally understood. It's not really a big deal because I don't foresee a future in which we actually do have a separate staff structure entirely from the university. But I figured I'd ask nonetheless. I'm happy to support the ratification of the items, and I'm glad the meeting went so well, despite the fact that it went really long. I heard that it was a really effectively well run, and that you guys did an excellent job. So congratulations on how things went, and I'm happy to support the item.
Okay. I don't see any more comments in the chat, assuming Ellen was directing that response towards Seneca. So I'm going to move to a vote on item 4.4. Please indicate in the chat how you're voting, and if you would like any vote noted, please also do that. Jason Small noted in favor. And the motion is carrying unanimously with one abstention. So we move on to item 4.5 in the agenda. Amendments to Procedure 13. Be it resolved that Council amends Procedure 13, Federation Publicity, to be renamed to Federation Brand, and with amendments as presented in Appendix M. I submitted this, so I will move it. Can I get a seconder for this item? Matt seconds. So I'll present this. This is something that I have been working on a little bit off and on throughout the year, as you guys requested of me towards the beginning of the year. And what I've come back with is amendments that reflect some consultation with PPC and with the marketing and communications staff, because it will be affecting their work. So the document is probably a little bit hard to read, and that's just my fault because I had a few different versions lying around. If you are viewing it and you see text that's crossed out in the later part of the procedure amendments, like around 8 and beyond, that's not stuff that was originally in the procedure that I'm taking out. That's stuff that I had put into an initial copy that I was working on, and then just overwrote with my changes in the past month or two. I think that this adequately balances what council's responsibility is towards the organization versus what you guys were wanting. Yeah, all of Clause 9 is new to the procedure. And this also brings some much needed modernization updates to the procedure, because it wasn't quite being followed in this way before. So I've reflected some of our current practices in it, and I've captured the idea of having a brand instead of putting out publicity. So I guess I'll leave it open to questions or comments at this point, or for my seconder to speak.
I decline.
Okay. So Edward, go ahead.
Hi. So I don't remember what version of this I was looking at last time I saw this, but clause 9C about the initiation of a change within the first 4 months or the last 1 month of the governing year. I remember that was added, but I don't remember why it was removed. Could you explain that?
So I added a few things that I then later removed because both PPC and my staff who I had reviewing it were like, that's a bit prescriptive, don't you think? This is one such change. It would be the responsibility of the council and the executives to make sure that this is happening like appropriately and within a time frame. There's no real good justifiable reason for why you wouldn't initiate something in the first 4 months or the last 1 month, except that that's around when your transition is happening. Seneca captured it. It was to avoid being saddled with something by outgoing execs, but at that point, like, we consider that council still has the ability to make decisions, and we are here meeting in the last 2 weeks of April and making some decisions and whatnot. But we want to leave it up to the council and to the executives to work that out for themselves if significant changes are needed to the brand in the future. Any other questions, comments? Hold on, I just got to kick Cannon from the call. All right, I don't see anything. I don't see any worthwhile conversation, so we're going to proceed to a vote. Can I get all those in favor, opposed, and abstaining, noting so on the comment that Jason just put in the chat? If you would like your vote noted, please also note that. And I will remind Councillor Sharma and, Pro Tem Councillor Sharma and Vice President Velling that this is not a meme chat. It is the main chat. Seems that Councillor Director Hunt also requires that a reminder. This is not a meme chat. Okay. Like many great thinkers, I believe in retributive justice. Seneca Velling has left the call. Okay, the motion carries unanimously with 1 abstaining.
A noted abstention.
Next time somebody mutes me, they get kicked.
I hope you like my comment, Michael.
Yeah, watch yourself. We are now moving on to the next item of business. 4.6, Emergency Management and Response Policy. This motion will require a 2/3 majority approval. Be it resolved that Council approves the proposed Emergency Management and Response Corporate Policy as presented in Appendix N, submitted by Seneca Velling. Can I take you as the mover?
Sure. I'll just note this should say at the recommendation of PPC since it was adopted by PPC.
And can I get a seconder for that? seconded by Edward Yang. And Seneca, would you like to introduce?
Sorry, my Teams is super laggy. All right, so generally the changed or the new proposed emergency management policy would allow us to adapt to the COVID situation and to more easily adapt to programming and operations for the spring term. We've had to do a lot of drastic changes in how we do things, and we've tried to do a really good job of going back and forth with committees, and it's just incredibly taxing. And I know I'm sure I speak for all of my other co-executives when I say this, but we have definitely been strained in the last month and a half, really strained. For myself, that's getting up at 4 in the morning and working until 10 p.m. most days to get stuff done in order to support the societies with HR items, to do administrative items on our end, to build budgets in time, to look at cash flow analyses, to go to governance committees to get approvals to do various things, and to shift budget. And thankfully, the committees have been super quick at getting back to me. But I know from previous experience, that's not always the case. Particularly during finals, there was actually a big drop off in response rates. But thankfully, the budget committee was on the ball in terms of timelines because they knew what was at stake. So this kind of outlines some a structure that PPC, in consultation with PPC, was kind of deemed to be fair in terms of how executive can respond and how the board can respond to emergencies and emergent situations where there is a need, and that ultimately it's at the oversight and support of council, and council can always say, no, that's not really a good excuse to do whatever you want to do, blah, 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 blah. This kind of maps out what the capacity is for the organization to adapt for things like working from home, because how do we have a home office if we don't have an office under the bylaws, right? How do we direct the businesses to close for businesses that we don't operate, or that we operate but with fairly hands off? And can we make emergency purchases to get cleaning products and things like that to adapt and to address the situation? And so that's what's laid out here, and I would encourage council to adopt the policy that's proposed.
Okay. With a second, would like to speak. Edward?
No.
Okay. Is there any discussion, commentary on this? Okay, I don't see anything going into the chat, so we're going to go ahead and move to a vote on this one. Please indicate on the comment that Jason just put into the chat your support, opposition, or abstention, and note your vote if you would like to. Okay, overwhelmingly in favor, unanimously with one abstention. Tasia O'Malley noted in favor. And we move on to item 4.7, Presidential Nominating Committee. The item was referred to council from the winter 2020 general meeting, and the purpose is to have a discussion around feedback for the Presidential Nominating Committee. I submitted this on behalf of Sabrina Kandekar, who is an at-large senator and the one of the undergraduate student representatives in the Board of Governors, and she is the undergraduate student representative on the Presidential Nominating Committee for the university. There was a set of basic questions for this. I'm just gonna check this out. I need to find. Seneca would like to introduce the motion. Be it resolved that the council will consider the remainder of the items pro forma under pro forma session, and the president shall discuss the items and quorum shall be assumed until a roll call vote demonstrates otherwise. Can I get a seconder for that motion? Point of information, Cannon.
What does that mean?
Seneca.
Sure. So my suggestion is that at this point, if this motion were to be adopted, people could go about their business, go for dinner, whatever, and come and go as they see fit. We're going to assume quorum. We're going to assume quorum in the same way any legislative body or committee does until a roll call vote or some other example demonstrates we no longer have quorum. Since all of these are discussion items, it is satisfactory for the president to be the one discussing the item, and the rest of us can go about our business until quorum is shown to be lost under the pro forma session. Business can carry on as long as it is not the introduction of new business.
Jason, is that you seconding or directly responding to Seneca?
Response.
Go ahead.
Is this motion really necessary? Can't we just not hold a quorum check for the next while?
Seneca wants to be able to go eat dinner.
Yeah, this my counselors are expected to attend, and this would give a leave for people to leave without having to be feeling obligated to stay. I mean, unless there's new business people intend to bring up, I think everyone's new business has actually been made as amendments to the agenda, unless I'm mistaken.
I'd like to ask if anyone has planned new business.
Yeah, if there's not new business, I'd like to adopt this so we can move on with our evening.
Okay, Jason, if nobody has new business, can I assume you as the seconder?
No.
Okay. Does anybody have new business that they want to bring up later? I think Matt had mentioned something.
I don't recall.
About your report?
Basically, I was just wondering if it's fine that people agreed that my report, as now circulated to the council mailing list, just be included in the minutes. Knowing that it was not submitted on time and therefore should probably not fall in the minutes unless permission is received.
Okay, Stephanie.
For the reference of everyone there, for reference of everyone, I just approved that email for submission, so it should appear, the email with the report should appear in everyone's inbox in a minute.
Unless anybody objects, I think we will allow Matt's item to be in the minutes. So if anybody objects, speak now, forever hold your peace. Okay. In that case, Stephanie Yemo seconded Seneca's motion. This will require a 2/3 majority. Is there any discussion on holding a pro forma meeting? I'm not seeing any, so let's move to a vote. Jason Small noted in opposition. Would anyone else like their vote noted? Matthew Garrett's noted in opposition. Okay, it looks like the motion's going to carry with a requisite majority and then some, with 15, 2, and 1, with Jason Small and Matthew Garrett's noted in opposition. And we're now considering the rest of this meeting pro forma, which means that people can take little breaks as needed. I would encourage you to stay and actively participate, but if you are feeling really hungry, you can go make yourself a little bit of dinner. And if at any point anybody feels that we have lost quorum, please call a quorum check. Okay, so for this item 4.7, I just put into the chat an attachment that was sent to me by by Sabrina about the presidential nominating committee. It contains an email that was sent out to faculty, staff, and students already. And this includes a few links, including a web form that that is on the nominating committee's website that people can go to give feedback and direction on the next university president. There are some groups that are putting together little letters, open letters to the nominating committee to guide the selection of the next president. The executives had a chance to sit down with Sabrina Kandikar and Mario Coniglio, another member of the committee, to discuss what we thought from our interactions with the current president and our view on the student landscape. And so those comments have already largely been captured. We I don't think I've received any follow-up, but there is, like, the discussion and the search for feedback is ongoing at the university level, to my understanding. So if anybody has anything that they would like to say, give to the university, instead of recording it here so you can ease off Edward, you can just say that we discussed this a little bit. I would suggest going to put it into the web form. Oh no, deadline was March 20th. Okay. In that case, then I would suggest that people bring items to me. So if you have commentary, please make note of it. If you want to start a discussion here, that's okay. We can have discussion. But if you if you want something reflected and recorded, type it up and send it to me later, and I'll make sure it gets to the committee so they can continue their work. If it takes you some time to think of something and you think of something perhaps 11 or 12 days from now, I would encourage you to send it to Abigail instead. Is there anybody who wants to start us off with anything?
I have a comment.
Yep.
So with respect to point number 2, I would say as an undergraduate student, I don't care a lot about the president's research qualifications. It's kind of all the same to me. So I would be prioritizing point B with respect to abilities, experience, leadership, administration, and management.
For reference, I think that the executives generally also gave the second and third items, abilities and experience with leadership, administration, management, and personal qualities and style, a greater emphasis than academic and professional qualifications. And I think there was a bit of a division on people who thought personal qualities and style were more important, and people who thought ability and experience with leadership, administration, and management were more important. But that, I think, has been reflected in the feedback that we gave already, Megan. Anybody else have any comments? If you want to take it back and think on it a little bit, feel free to do so. And in particular, if you have any recommendations for people that should be considered, please do pass those along. And if it's possible to, I will make sure that they are considered.
I'd like to raise a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
So on behalf of the incoming president, Abby Simpson, Abby would like it noted that her preferred name is Abby, and requests that those who she works with respect her by referring to her as such.
Okay, thank you for the point, Megan. Seeing no further discussion being prompted on this item, we're going to move on to 4.8, Spring Reading Week. The item was referred to Council from the Winter 2020 General Meeting, and its discussion around addition of a Spring Term Reading Week. I am submitting it on behalf of Ryan Dillard. Is there anybody who wants to speak on this?
Sure, I can speak.
Go ahead. Sorry,
Yeah.
Delaney first. She put her thing into the chat.
Sweet. Thank you. For the spring reading week, I've gotten a few concerns from students who very strongly do not want a spring reading week. The way that spring term is currently set up, it is, although it's the same academic length, a lot of students really enjoy having that 2-week period at the end. They find it a longer concentrated break, especially before they either go into their co-op term or if they have back-to-back academic terms. So that is some concern that I've heard. I know that there are also one of the concerns that I was hearing was from students who have multiple spring terms, whereas students who may only have one spring term might see the benefit of the reading week. That was just a note that was made to me.
Okay, next up we have a speakers list with Stephanie Yomo, Carolyn Dack, Jason, Matt, and then Cannon. So go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Delaney said, that feedback is very consistent with what I heard 2-3 years ago when we were initially discussing reading week and whether or not we should continue with the trial. Engineering students in particular, from what I recall, they were very kind of hesitant to have a reading week just because they found that it didn't really help them a lot. But on top of that, especially with a lot of like international students and whatnot, that 2-week period makes a lot more sense to be able to go home and visit their families, as opposed to if it was just like a 1-week kind of gap thing. Also, depending on how your exams line up during spring term, it might be longer than a 2-week period for you. So yeah, like 2-3 years ago, in an EAC meeting, representatives also voiced the same opinions. I don't think there was maybe like 1 or 2 people in support of the spring reading week. So just providing that historical context.
Okay, thank you, Steph. Caroline has removed her 1. New point, Jason Small, then Matthew, then Cannon.
Yeah, I think I'm honestly just echoing everyone else here. I don't think it's worth it. It's also worth noting that even if students were supportive of it, it's actually not going to happen from a university admin point, because that's something that faculty and staff expect to have that second week of August to be able to take vacation, especially faculty that are teaching in both the spring and fall. It's an expectation that they get that break. So it wouldn't happen even if we wanted it, but I don't want it.
Okay, thank you. Next we had Matt.
Yeah, as someone who sits on the steering committee for kind of the implementation of the new fall reading week, I can report that not only is a spring reading week not possible for the reasons that Jason just described, but I think that the people on that committee have actively mentioned that they will in no way entertain that. I similarly support what I think a lot of other people have said, in that I don't think this is a direction that that council should take our advocacy, specifically just because there aren't enough days in the term to provide both that 2-week break between the end of classes and the start of fall, and generally also that would just trash the entire relationship that we built around spring reading week not being on the table, being kind of that mutual understanding that we have had with the university while we've been pursuing fall reading week.
Okay, next up, Cannon.
Kind of echoing what everyone said, but also bringing a different perspective is, as an international student, reading week, like I cannot go home during reading week. Whereas if I have like a 2-week long vacation after the summer term, there's a high possibility that I can go home for enough time that I can justify spending thousands of dollars on tickets. And like international students already do not get enough time to go home. So that's something we should be considering in this anyways.
Okay, I'm hearing pretty good, thank you. Pretty common points echoed by everyone. So I think that unless anybody else has anything, we're good to move on. I don't think that the spring reading week is something that's going to be possible. So we move on to item 4.9, online lecture content. This one was also referred to council from the winter general meeting. And it's a discussion on encouraging professors to upload more lecture content for student access. I I submitted on behalf of Ryan Dillard again. And I will note that even with the change towards online delivery of classes for the end of the winter 2020 term and for the spring term, we're still receiving complaints on this item from students who are requesting that more than just the slides be posted for people to review. And I will also note that the university's direction to professors, as much as they can direct, has been to prepare for the asynchronous delivery of content, which means not expecting people to show up for a lecture slot, but instead filming and recording and posting online for review later. There are a lot of people who are pretty set in their ways, and there's some resistance to doing more than putting slides up or whatever. And some professors have to radically change the way that they deliver their course content. Matthew, you're first.
I was going to glibly say done, but I did want to add kind of that the university has put out that that what Michael is referencing in an email to instructors. And of course, if there's ever an issue around a particular course or a particular prof just not being reasonable, even if the student has, raised their concern calmly in an email and has just gotten shut down, it is a good opportunity for you to either reach out to the Academic Affairs Commissioner or to the VP Education and note that, so that we can either intervene on the student's behalf, or at least file it away to see if it's a persistent issue. To my knowledge so far, it's not something that's terribly persistent, but knowing that this is just kind of the first couple weeks of an unexpected change to online, I think our standards will probably be a little higher for instructors when spring term comes around, given that they'll have had more time to prepare. And I think you and hopefully your successors will keep that in mind when kind of assessing instructors and trying to send concerns the WUSA way.
Huh. Is there anybody else who wants to talk about this? I'm not seeing anybody but Matt. I'll take Steph, Yamo, then Jason, and then John is the last person I heard.
I guess this is sort of a question towards Matt, but also towards anyone who would happen to know. Are we finding that the lack of lecture content being uploaded is more the result of professors generally being lazy and not wanting to put the extra work, or is it kind of just their pedagogical outlook that they provide lecture slides that aren't entirely filled out, and you should be attending lectures and recording this content yourself, and you shouldn't be spoon-fed? Where is that kind of falling along? Because I think that influences, I guess, how to approach the problem.
It's partially pedagogical in nature, and I will note that I, at the Committee on Student Mental Health this past Friday, there was a short discussion around this, and one such professor who identified himself as a traditionalist did note that it's a significant change in the way that he has to do business, but that he is trying. The general feeling around that committee was that the professors could do a little bit more to encourage their more traditionalist counterparts or peers, but that people who aren't, it isn't just because they're lazy, it's because for the winter term especially, they were either too busy or that they are just resistant to making things quote unquote easier for students. Next we had direct response from Ina to Steph.
Yeah, so I forgot to mention this during my representative report, but I was able to fortunately talk to a primary candidate for the next math dean, and then we also brought up the discussion about online courses and online material. So first of all, like I think a lot of cases it's just that many of the courses are more discussion based, so it's really hard to prepare online material because like many things you have to come in person, come to class in person to participate in discussion, and the discussion can go either way. And then even post class, it's hard to transcribe every single thing that's being discussed. And then similarly, like from the math faculty's perspective, is that we will hopefully be seeing more top quality online material in terms of for spring term. Like that's according to him. But then it's really like there's no guarantee, but like professors are being taught and recommended to prepare better material for the upcoming spring. Yeah, that's my points.
Thank you, Ina. I'll take Jason and then John.
First of all, like in terms of like how things are going now, I think it's important to note that like in the messages that the engineering caucus has received, like complaining about tuition remaining at its full price, one key component is that the argument that it is a lower quality service being offered in exchange for it, namely with the fact that like the online delivery of courses isn't comparing to in person. So I sincerely hope that when we get to the spring term, we will have most instructors do as engaged an approach as they can with their delivery. Like I was certainly annoyed when like one of my professors this term took like the laziest approach possible of uploading their existing slides. That's it, that's all. And then also to respond to Stephanie's point, I would say there's definitely are some professors and even entire departments that have this very like adversarial view towards people not being present, as in like I think like I've seen it in my own department, systems design engineering, that there's people that see it that well, if you don't show up to these lectures, you practically deserve to fail. And that so they're not going to like help you in that regard. Like they don't like the fact that like people might have the attitude that their time is better served elsewhere, which I can kind of understand like from their point of view, but like there definitely is this like attitude involved in this.
Okay, John.
Here we go. I'm actually very excited to see the professors who have been resistant to giving students information and their eternal struggle with the definition of spoon feeding students as it relates to either actually providing them with information versus just not doing their jobs. I was quite caught up with the professor over the last term, and he, because of COVID, he eventually actually had to post the things that he was refusing to post because he was making a TA deliver solutions to assignments and midterms, and the TA didn't have a clue what they were doing. They would stop in the middle of class and say, does anyone here know how to figure this out? I don't know. So I'm actually quite excited to watch those same professors be forced to provide students with information.
Okay, Ellen, you have the direct response.
Yeah, so I think this maybe this is a new point. I was responding to someone. I can't remember who now, but my okay, so I think when this was originally submitted, this was before spring term was moving online. So my point kind of refers to just general online lecture content supplementing an in-person class. So I agree that there are professors who could probably do better at uploading content to learn or to supplement their lectures. But I think at some point preparing more online content takes time away from them preparing their lecture content and what they are presenting in class. And I also think making sure that we acknowledge their hard work going into lecture content is important. Especially since I think as the more content goes online, the more people will feel the need that they don't need to be in class. And I don't think online lecture content is supposed to replicate what you get in class. It's supposed to supplement it.
Okay, Ken and Sharma, direct response.
just like something which Ellen brought is like, while I agree that it might take time away from their lecture side of things, but other international student who might not be in this time zone or who might be having a 12-hour different time zone, if they are not willing to put these things, and sometimes if I miss classes because they're not recording the lecture or posting those things up, it doesn't matter how much time they put in that lecture if I cannot attend that lecture anyways, unless I wake up at like 4 a.m. in the morning or 3 a.m. in the morning to attend my lecture, which is unfair.
My point was to not spring 2020.
Okay, cool. So as winter, I know there are people who have gone home.
Sorry, I guess my point just in general was towards not related to COVID-19 at all. Just like last year, like when this was submitted, what the current circumstances of the world were.
With overall the, okay, I see Cannon got it. Ellen, did you still want your direct response to that?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, then Steph John gets a direct response, and then we'll go to a new point from Stephanie Yumo.
Sorry, it's a point of clarification. So when she said for online lecture content, it's not online classes content she's talking about, but it's the supplementary online content for actual lectures, right?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify. Great, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Steph Yumo.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to echo Ellen's point that, yeah, like it is actually fairly difficult to make, I guess, good web integrated learning. And I think like one strategy to approach this, which we should kind of take, is providing professors with the reasons and the resources and able to make good web integrated content. I feel like, at least from what I've seen, I haven't been involved in like direct advocacy or conversations with professors about this, but generally there hasn't been an attempt to really explain like the various circumstances in which a student may not be able to attend class regularly, how certain students aren't auditory learners and won't necessarily learn in that environment. Like I think it needs to be kind of like a balance between kind of like what the professor is able to do with their time versus what they've been trained in versus their pedagogical beliefs, and also protection of their of the information that they create, because like when they post it online, well then that can get easily distributed, but also in terms of what's best for the students. So like this is only a discussion thing now, but that's generally the best way I see this kind of moving forward.
Okay. Any further discussion points? See a thumbs up from Ellen. Okay, seeing no more discussion on this item, I think we're safe to move forward. If you do have other thoughts, I would say feel free to bring them up with Matthew or with Megan, because they do continued advocacy around academic affairs. We can move on now to item 4.10. Likewise for the above, making menstrual products free or more accessible on campus with Caroline. Caroline, do you want to introduce this?
For sure. Thanks, Michael. So this, I guess to kind of start this off, the ASU has been handing out free menstrual products in our tuck shop and also in the washrooms near our tuck shop for I think 2 years now. And it's gotten really popular. More people prefer the products that are in the washrooms, just because I think sometimes it can be embarrassing just to come up to someone you don't know and ask them for menstrual products. And then I think it was in November, a student from Ryerson reached out to me, and they were organizing a campaign to get free menstrual products across all university and college campuses in Ontario. And so that campaign is kind of wrapping up. I collected signatures for it, but this is just a discussion that I wanted to have with the rest of council, just to kind of see if there's been interest from your constituencies and just to kind of see what people think about this idea in general. So I'm not sure how this would look kind of on our campus, if it would just be the university would provide us funding and then we buy menstrual products, but this is something that I find is pretty important, and definitely focusing on making them accessible. That's something that I feel like needs to be at the main point of the discussion.
Okay. Speakers list, Kenan, then Stephanie Yamo, and then Ina. Go ahead, Kenan.
So I do agree, like MatSoc has been giving free menstrual products since last summer, and this time we started putting them in our washrooms too. So like there is an interest from our constituents and from the society, from my perspective, that we should look into it, especially when we used to have free menstrual products, or at least menstrual, I don't know what they're called, where you can just like you can put quarter cents or whatever and get menstrual products. Sorry?
Dispensers?
Yes, dispensers. And they were taken down. Like that is a sad thing to see, but I would like to see something happening about that for sure.
Okay, next we had Steph Yamo.
Yeah, this was one thing that my constituents did actually reach out to me and respond to about. Mostly they were fairly passionate about it. One of them asked, why isn't this the thing that already exists? Like, this should be a right. Provided a very passionate spiel about it and asked me to convey that to council, or well, to the GM and now to council. And yeah, just I guess like another point of consideration is that like there's not really any other places that sell menstrual products like on campus, with the exception of the SLC pharmacy and Turnkey, and their selection isn't all that great. So as someone who like has looked for like stuff on campus before, like it would be nice for it just to be in the washrooms. And yes, there is like a declining amount of dispensers that are actually filled.
Okay. Next we had Ina.
Yeah. And I'm in support of this motion or idea, not really motion idea. Like Kenan said, MatSoc has been dispensing or providing free menstrual products, and this term we started putting them in the 2 female bathrooms. Not just, and then just because generally it is female identifying individuals that are require menstrual products. And similarly, like back in a few terms ago, I have spoken with the faculty regarding about menstrual products, because I have been in a very embarrassing experience where I would be needing a menstrual product in the middle of an exam. So I think there should definitely be like this. We should be advocating for more menstrual products, like whether or not it's in female-oriented bathrooms or male-oriented bathrooms, just because we have individuals we have those non-binary or queer individuals, as well as like just, and then generally like maybe there should be more dispensers, whether or not providing like stores, whether not selling more menstrual products, because like right now it's all gathered around one place, the SLC. While people who might be in the southern campus or even in optometry, they would have to travel all the way to the SLC to purchase menstrual products. So it would be very inconvenient.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Ellen, and then Megan, and then Jean. Direct responses. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it sounds like there's a number of places on campus that's doing this, and I'm in support of more. It might be good to create a list with all of the places so that students are aware. I know there's multiple places in engineering that offer free products as well.
Thank you. Megan?
Yeah, I guess I would also note from like an advocacy perspective, it's great that the student societies are taking the leadership in distributing menstrual products, but it's not something that the university should be able to point at and say, look, you can use these resources, because those society offices mostly close at 5 p.m. I mean, I've had someone knock on the door of the NSHOC office and like tentatively ask me for a menstrual product because they didn't have anywhere else to go. So it's important to note that like what the societies are doing is good, but there's definitely still a need.
Okay. John, direct response, and then Caroline Newpoint.
Yeah, I do agree with the expansion of this service, and to build off of Ina's point, whether it be male-oriented or female-oriented bathrooms, even I have been sent to go and find menstrual products for my friends who have said, John, you need to go do this now. And I've just said, okay, where do I go? And they sent me to the Women's Center. So more locations would be convenient.
Okay, thank you. Caroline?
So I guess kind of in terms of next steps moving forward, one option, like it'd be nice if the university supplied us with the funds to provide these products, just because I find menstrual products can get very, very expensive, even if you are buying it in bulk. But I was wondering what people thought of if we had these Femigen, the menstrual product dispensing or dispensers implemented and just like put into some of the bathrooms. I don't know if it would happen all across the board. That'd be nice. And instead of having to put in like a quarter, it could just be free. Because I know one of the reasons that Plantops took them down was because people were stealing money. And I feel as if that could be something that would be helpful in kind of lowering the risk of, or removing the risk of stealing money. So I'm kind of just wondering next steps and how that would actually look.
How it would look for what, sorry?
So I know they took down all of the dispensers, but putting the dispensers back in and not charging people money. And also getting university support for this.
I would probably ask Matt or Seneca to provide some commentary on feasibility. And in the meantime, Jason and Megan have direct responses.
Okay, thank you.
So one thing, I'm just going to make a comment in terms of the idea of free dispensers. Not that this is necessarily an equivalent thing, but I believe 2 years ago that was done in the SLC with condoms, that there was a dispenser in a washroom that was free, and it lasted about 2 weeks because they extremely quickly ran out because of people taking absurd amounts. I'm not necessarily saying it would be the same in this case, but it's just something to keep in mind.
Megan and then Caroline.
Yeah, quickly chatting with Abby, this is a project that we can consider for our incoming Associate Vice President Equity to take on, and we'll talk to Nada about that.
Caroline?
So speaking to Jason's point, I remember, and then they had to take it away, but I guess on 2 points, this kind of speaks to the need of it. So if people were stealing that many tampons, or not tampons, if people were stealing that many condoms, it shows that they needed it. And I feel as if kind of in relation, so when we put out free tampons in one of our bathrooms, for the first couple of days up until a week, we were refilling it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. But after that point, it does slow down. I think it was just because it was a new initiative. And so people were thinking, oh, they might not be here for a long time, so I might as well get what I can. like while it's free. And I feel as if we let people know this initiative is going to be here for a while, don't worry about not being able to access it all the time, people would take that into account, and I feel as if people would only take what they need.
Direct response to John.
Yeah, why was money in the dispensers?
Because you had to insert a quarter or something to get the tampon out. So people broke in and stole the money from the dispenser.
Oh. Huh.
Okay. With the speakers list currently exhausted, I would ask that either Seneca or Matthew speak to the advocacy efforts for getting a material change like this into or done by the university.
I might want to consult with Savannah. I think she might have had some advocacy efforts on this last year, but I have not been involved with any projects to this end up till now.
Yeah, Caroline, I was just wondering if we could source something internally before going external, because we've definitely had conversations like this before with people. So maybe Megan's offer of Abby and Megan take this back to NADA and discuss this is going to be the best path forward. It's nice to have some direction from council before you even start your term. So without seeing any more discussion, I think that we've discussed this fairly well, and we have a clear path forward. And we can move on to the next item of business. The next item is Campus Pizza.
I believe I actually made a mistake in assembling the agenda. This item wasn't. I realized afterwards this item wasn't supposed to be included.
Yep. Okay. So in that case, we'll just take that as a mistake and go on to item 4.12, 4.12, Smoke-Free Campus. And this one, I sent out, I believe, a letter, and I haven't gotten any details back, but I've also sent this out to my staff for consideration, because we represent them at the university level as well. And this one is, we have received from the Wellness Collaborative Advisory Committee a request to sign on to an open letter or sign a letter and send it to the powers that be at the university, asking for an opening of Policy 29 for consultation to move towards a smoke-free campus. And I know that we came to you guys earlier this year with a little proposal, and we said we don't think that smoke-free is necessarily the way to go, and that we came out of that asking for a harm reductive approach. So I'm coming to you guys now to see what your appetite is for moving towards a smoke-free campus. And when I say smoke-free campus, it's a little nuanced in the sense that we're not going to be imposing fines and punishments for smoking on campus, and rather that we would prefer if everyone were able to go about their life on campus without needing to smoke, considering that it is an addiction and that it does present harm to members of the campus community. We're going to step back a second. One note on menstrual products. Plantops noted that they're down to do an RFP for it and have long invited one, but they haven't heard anything back or initiated by HREI yet. It only took Seneca asking for an RFP and leading the push to get Plantops to do one for toilet paper. So if they were able to do that, then I think they'd be very open to this, is what Seneca's saying. Seneca, I think we left off with letting Abby and Megan go talk to their incoming or their co-exec Nada, and she would talk to, or they would all talk to about maybe having the equity commissioner lead this. So that is something that is that has a clear path forward. And going back to the letter, they included a template letter in the letter to me, and it's a letter to the president of the university. And I definitely wouldn't be comfortable signing anything or like this or whatever without council giving the clear go ahead. So I'm here to discuss a little bit how you guys feel about the topic and what you would like to see reflected in a letter, and perhaps whether you would like to see anything changed if we were to use this letter as a starting point, bearing in mind what I've just said about not necessarily imposing a zero smoking policy on campus, but moving towards a campus that supports people who are quitting smoking, etc. So I have on the speakers list Steph Yamo, Steph John, Tasia, and then Megan, all after Matthew. So Matt, go ahead and start.
You know, I just summarized that I think my stance hasn't really changed, where, you know, for better or worse, if people are smoking, that is something that is now a drive for them, and it is something where I wonder how much we are protecting harm versus how much we are forcing people to go to extreme inconvenience to actually address their addiction. And I guess my level of comfort with signing on to a letter and opening up for consultation depends on how presumptive the letter is. Like, if it's very much that the expectation is that we're getting rid of designated smoking areas on campus, I think that's something that I'm far more opposed to. If it's closer to what you said, just as you were closing off there, where you're starting to talk about, you know, putting effort behind supporting people who want to quit smoking, I think that is reasonable, but I don't think we're really going to discourage somebody from smoking just by changing where they can. All we're going to do is put extra, you know, inconvenience on them, and I don't know that that's fair or it really is worth the payoff.
Thank you. Steph Yamo?
Yeah, I honestly really agree with Matt on this point. Currently, from a quick read over of the letter that you have up there, it seems very much as if it's asking to go towards a kind of like a smoke-free campus, and generally like what's associated with that sort of, I guess, initiative and language isn't always, I guess, like the harm reduction approaches aren't always associated with it, or aren't always something that takes priority or automatically kind of takes place. There's, when I think about making smoke-free campuses or smoke-free areas, you know, you get all these metrics and stuff that say, well, it reduces this, it reduces that, but really it's just like removing it from the areas where you would be taking measurements and account of those things. You run a lot of risk, and I remember this like from my high school and whatnot, like students, they were allowed to smoke like on the sidewalk because it wasn't on school property. So, you know, that probably wasn't a best image for like the school either. So you run the risk of just like wherever you set the boundaries are going to end up like along those areas. You're excluding people who might be using that as kind of like a coping mechanism, saying that, you know, you can't participate in these places. We're associating a lot of shame and stuff with them, and I don't think, you know, I think that most smokers recognize that it probably isn't like that great a thing that they should be doing. If we're really concerned, I guess, about like secondhand smoke and some of the risks with that, maybe we need to consider like reconsider where we have placed our designated smoking areas. I've seen some signs up where in designated smoking areas, places like people in the offices have placed up signs saying that like, hey, actually, if you smoke here, like that smoke goes up to like my office and I have a respiratory problem. But yeah, like I definitely, for me personally, and I think for my constituents also, that like if you were to sign off on a letter like this, it would not be phrased in a certain way, and it would directly acknowledge the I guess kind of like the risks associated with just making a campus 100% smoke-free.
Thank you. I will note that the beauty of this is that we're not being asked to sign on to a common open letter, is that we are able to write and submit our own letter. Steph John.
I think Steph and Matthew kind of summed up everything that I was trying to say, but I think a different initiative that we can maybe take is possibly, because people are already not following the policy of like not smoking near the school buildings, maybe it's a possibility to have like an enclosed smoking zone instead of like a full smoking-free campus. That's a thing that some universities outside of Canada have been doing. I think that's more realistic than saying we should not be able to smoke on campus. But also, if we do proceed in that direction, like, do we have a strong support system where we can help people quit smoking? Like, is that in place? I think there's other factors that we do have to consider before carrying on with this.
Thank you. Tasia?
Hey, honestly, smoke-free campus kind of is a bit concerning to me, just because I feel it's something that isn't very effective in getting people to actually stop smoking on campus. I think having better enforcement of our designated smoking areas on campus is a far better solution. If you look to other campuses that do have smoke-free campuses, so Laurier, for example, it's not that people don't smoke on campus, it still happens anyway. Vaping, especially because it's a lot more discreet and easier, is still really common on that campus. So I don't think that the university is actually going to get the designated or kind of expected response from this. Second to that, I think that another consideration is that people literally live on campus, right? Like we have thousands of first years who live in V1, Rev, MKV, etc., that are living on campus. And people, if like, as much as I'm not a fan of smoking, if it's a part of your lifestyle and your day-to-day life, I don't really see how you can support telling students essentially that they aren't able to do this in their place of living. I think that for sure there needs to be some type of limits on where people can smoke. I think that the better idea is just to ensure that it's better enforced and that we can actually have effective results from that. And further to that, the other thing that concerns me is that whatever policy is kind of put in place for smoking cigarettes on campus is also going to be put in place for smoking cannabis products, etc. And I think the same thing applies. A lot of people use cannabis products for sleeping, etc., anxiety. Same thing with smoking, even people use it for anxiety. Like, again, not necessarily saying that it's something that needs to be done everywhere on campus, but I think that those are considerations that we need to put in place.
I will say, Tasia, that coupled with this, the university has agreed to open up and take a look at the policy number 21, alcohol use in education, and make it more of a substance use in education policy, so that cannabis would no longer be kind of shoehorned in under policy 29, especially since policy 29 doesn't address edibles or the like. It just addresses smoking.
So they're saying that they want to kind of group cannabis under like alcohol, same kind of way that alcohol is treated?
Not necessarily like that, but looking at the way that the alcohol policy is scoped and expanding it to cover other things, so that we also have a comprehensive response plan for things like recreational drugs that are still illegal, like cocaine on campus and stuff like that. And the idea here is Alan Binns, the director of police services, wants to make it something that is more focused on the safety of students with respect to marijuana and what marijuana could possibly be cut with if you are getting it not through the government, etc.
Yeah, that like makes sense to an extent, but I think that like at the end of the day, regardless of if something is allowed on campus, people are still kind of responsible themselves for using things responsibly. And like, you know, so like I feel like that's like a kind of getting into a gray area of like, is that the right way necessarily to approach it either? Because I don't know, like I don't think that there's much more that can be really done on cannabis other than like the government's already regulated it and like it's available for legal purchase. But at the end of the day, people still like go to the black market, and that's not something that can really be controlled. And I don't know how like Waterloo Police would even be able to enforce that at the end of the day. So I don't know if that would necessarily be an effective outcome either, or something that I would be at least happy with as well.
Yeah, and once that policy gets open, it's likely going to go through a 2-year review process. So there will be much
consultation.
Much consultation, and they'll be talking to medical professionals and like. But sorry for diverting the council a little bit. We're back to Cannon and then Ina with new points.
Thanks, Mike.
I know when we initially discussed this earlier in the year, Amanda said that over the years, university had cut down a lot of resources for people to deal with the addiction and like for a harm reduction process. Is the university willing to commit to increasing the funding for that department or actually doing stuff before we actually before we are signing this letter? Like, is there any indication from that on their part?
I'll respond here and say I don't think that there was actually much cutback from the university. It was the government had cut back on a cessation program that it had used, and that health services had kind of had to step in and fill the gap. But yeah, that's definitely something that if there's a letter, we can reflect in it that we want to make sure that there are supports that actually help people stop smoking instead of just introducing punitive measures.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ina?
Yeah, my point is similar to previous points, which is like, as much as I would want to see a smoke-free campus, I don't think we are allowed. Well, we have the right to like force people to stop smoking, especially considering that if many people are long-time smokers, there are withdrawal symptoms, forcing them to not feel comfortable in a place they are comfortable in. However, I do see the point where we do want to promote smoke-free or alternative means to smoking. One is because smoke, like you said, is addiction and it's damaging to the smoker's lungs. Secondly, also secondhand smoke is damaging to those people around it. And then even so, like from my personal experience, just walking around campus, for example, the MC, we do have a no smoking within 3 meters sign. However, yet I still experience walking by the rock garden doors that I could feel smoke many times when I'm walking in and out of the MC, and then similar in other places, which is definitely not something that's good, especially considering that on a regular basis we do have campus tours, and sometimes campus tours do include young children. So I don't think that's necessarily good. So we should be considering that there should be designated smoking areas, like, you know, in big public spaces like airports and stuff, where there's a designated place for smoke that might also include like cannabis use, like medical cannabis use or recreational cannabis use. And similarly, like have something set up differently within the residence, because residents are more casual and place rather compared to the academic buildings. Yeah,
Thank you.
it.
So, seeing no further comments on the speakers list, I would like to ask what everyone would feel about the executive going back and drafting a letter that reflects what we've just talked about, regardless of whether this template covers any of that, and that we do request things like that it take into account and provide funding or resources for cessation programs on campus, etc. I'm just going to get a straw poll going. Just throwing something into the chat now. If that worked. Okay, didn't work. So straw poll, same as voting options.
It appears to work.
Oh, it does? Okay. So how about y'all fill that out and answer it? And then we will and then we'll take that back and discuss or work on as needed. Ah, here it is. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of yeses. And some maybes. So if you guys are okay with that, then the execs can go back and draft it. And there's not a lot of time left before the end of term, so we may either pass it off to the incoming team for them and their council to look at, or we might just send it off to the president. I'm assuming that you would be good with either of those alternatives. If you prefer one or the other, you can just like give a little indication in the chat. Steph Yamo, when you say prez, what are you saying? Or we can just go to Steph John.
So I was just going to say that I would prefer it if you sent it to the incoming team first, and then we can discuss further from there.
So just for clarification, Steph John hit it pretty on the head. I was asking whether you guys would prefer if we handled it before the end of the year and just sent it off, or if we should send it to the like prepare something and send it to the incoming team for some consideration, and then for them to pass along, maybe even have it approved by their council before sending in.
Sorry if I'm speaking out of them. Like, just considering that this would be on a long run, I think, and then especially where we are at the considering of the winter term, I think it'd be good to have it reviewed by the incoming term, just so that there's some continuity and consistency between our idea and proposal for the president, for the university president.
Okay. So then I will prepare something, but we'll take it back to the incoming team all the same for their consideration. Okay. So with that, I think we are good to move on to item 5, new business. Any council can raise any item of concern during new business. Everyone said they wouldn't. So I'm going to move along to announcements. The next meeting of council hasn't been scheduled yet, but in accordance with our bylaws, it must occur within the first 2 weeks of May. Abby, take note. Council transition, a training session for incoming councils will occur prior to the May meeting. Details have yet to be determined, but outgoing councilors are encouraged to reach out to their successors and should ensure that any caucus social media pages are transferred over no later than April 30th. I would recommend doing it ASAP so that there's no risk of having a lack of overlap. I'll be reaching out, or we'll be reaching out soon to schedule the incoming council transition. If there are no other announcements, then having exhausted all business, I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 7:27 p.m.
I vote against adjournment.
What?
Do you want that noted?
Yes.
It's not a vote. I exhausted all the business. Don't note
Okay,
that.
a statement.
Okay. The deputy speaker would
Protest.
like to note that he is against adjournment.
I would like to abstain.
No. All right. Everyone go home.
I would like my abstention to be noted.
Thank
We're
you all.
already home.
Thank you all for being such an engaged and engaging council this year. I think we had a lot of fun and we did a lot of good things for the organization. I'm hopeful that track record will continue into the new year. But so long, suckers.
Can we get that?
Is this how
in
you
the
want to
minutes?
end the recording?
Get it
Yeah.
in the minutes.
The meeting is
The
already adjourned,
president's last
sadly.
words to the council is "So long, suckers." Wow.
Listen,
I mean,
the
I love you
pizza
all,
thing-
and I'm glad to have worked with you, but I'm also glad to be moving on.
Also, does anyone want to help with the minutes?
No.
No.
I'll consider in a few days how I feel, Edward.
All right, I'll
Abby
send you
would
the
love to
8-hour
help.
recording in advance.
It's not 8
Don't
hours.
forget your date with Michael, Edward.
It wasn't even 7 hours. 6 hours and 50 minutes ish.
No, it's like
Yes.
it's 7 hours because 12:30 to 7:30. 7 hours.
We started
No.
at 12:38.
Okay, fine.
And we had a 10-minute recess.
Yep, 11 minutes actually. So, bye, folks.
Bye.
Bye.
Wait, Michael, will you be telling us when the next cops meeting is then?
Michael has
left.
left the call.
So Abby, tell
Michael
us
has
when
left the building.
Abby, tell us when the next